The ability to call ancient allows to cause creatures that existed about 4,000 years ago. These lands are called Tenma, and it was here that such a vain, completely unnecessary skill. Thanks to this unusual force, the young man can revive ancient civilization. A huge dragon of a fairy, tail purple, flows high in the sky above him. It has passed for a while, and the guy finally reached the royal capital of Hetel. What he saw there was a real shock for him. He froze from surprise and fright. The guy saw an ad which said that it was Diljuk Rebello should send a Tenma to the border. From surprise, he even released things from his hands, and a friend, Nikhil, stood side by side. He could not understand why they chose him. Diluk tried to enter the castle, but as it turned out, the king ordered not to let him inside. The security guard was forced to explain it to the young man and did not allow him to go further because he had a clear order from above. The guard said that Diluk was always a devoted assistant who was trusted by King Gethta himself. Even he himself was surprised that Diluk decided to expel. The guard does not know any reasons for this. The guard is aware that everyone knows that the proposal of that man has made the country richer, but no one can understand what the king really thinks. Diluk has already noticed that there is something incomprehensible here. Diluk Robello was born in a rural family who always served the king and protected people. His brothers received prominent abilities, and Diluk himself considered his power strange. He was able to cause ancient creatures. No matter how much the guy tried, he did not manage to activate him. It seemed that all efforts were in vain, and trying to continue to simply did not make sense. However, he was not going to give up. On the contrary, the guy took the training even more persistently. The protagonist successfully passed the exams and proudly became an assistant to the king. So he started working in the castle and joined the royal environment, giving it to his lord. Diluk was very pleased to serve the king and help people, but found himself in such a difficult situation. It would seem that nothing heralded, but fate disposed of differently. No one would wish themselves such a turn of events. The young man shuddered as if he was suddenly pulled out of his own thoughts and slowly turned to the one who had just appeared. The face, which was still concentrated and thoughtful, has now become tense, as if he were preparing for trouble. However, a guy named Octo did not hide his dislike. He believed that such a face was quite suitable for Diluk, as well as his ability to cause ancient creatures. He clearly disliked this last manifestation. Acrido grabbed him by the t-shirt collar and went closer. That guy said Diljuk is not a good person. He was annoyed that for some reason the hero was appreciated than himself. In addition, Diljuk also managed to become a trustee of the king. Blondin did not expect the king to expel Diljuk so quickly. The guy wondered what really meant OKDO. Then Diljuk realized that the Akdato was involved in his expulsion. In the heart of Diljuk, a rage broke out. It was difficult to imagine how much anger came in it in such a short time. Akdao explained that he just did his work. He could not even imagine that one of the officials would try to capture the country for himself. This can really be a serious problem. Diluk suspected that the Akdao stands behind all of this. The young man smiled and noted that the punishment was quite soft because the king simply expelled Diljuk. He could impose a much more severe and brutal punishment. The actor was strictly ordered the boy to go away, calling him a pagan. He proudly turned away from the one who left the castle to sit in front of the gate, where Diluk had no right to go. The guy asked me to take care of the country and not use it for my own benefit. Unfortunately, now, nothing can do for his homeland. Acton, with irony, noted that these words would be better to say in his native village. He believes that Dilyuk is worth nothing. With such a skill, he cannot be trusted with responsible work. Dilyuk himself understood it, but still tried to fulfill his duties and benefit people in the country. Dilyuk went to the village and thought how it happened. Kucha, meanwhile, announced that they would soon arrive at Tenmanum. The voice of a man snatched Dilyuk out of heavy reflection and returned to reality. The guy heard that many different races live on the borderlands, and power there has no much power. It was also rumored that the previous ruler of this territory fled. All this did not give him confidence. The protagonist also apologized for going so far. Kucha replied that there was nothing to apologize. The village will appear soon. In the end, they came to the place. Kucha asked if he needed to help with things, but Dilyuk first asked to ask for a mansion. Having viewed the building in front of him, he could not hide surprise. The windows almost did not miss light, and the door that creaked on the curtains added even more anxiety and longing. Gila noted that the village is reminiscent of ruins. He knocked on the door and asked if someone was living here. He came to the estate and said he was sent here as a new lord. He was met by a young girl who watched a little girl. She did not expect to see a guest in her house, and even more so to find out that it was a new lord. The guy asked the girl where he could find them. The girl thought for a moment and remembered where the former lord lived earlier. It seems for a long time, because she did not immediately remember where this place was to settle lord. She brought him to an old dilapidated hut without a single window. From the roof, boards were hung that miraculously kept in place. The walls of the house were all in holes and cracks. She noticed that the house was looking neglected and told the boy about it. But Dilyuk did not show any dissatisfaction. In the end, this house was no worse than other homes in the village where people had to live. But the girl said she had to go to the mountains now to find food. The guy was surprised because it would soon become dark. He was surprised that the girl was planning to go to a dangerous place so late in the evening. The girl explains that there is no food in their fields. Therefore, she is forced to go to the mountains to feed her lesser sister. She also says she is ready to share food with the owner if he wants it. Diluyu thinks that this is a village. Even young children are starving in such a difficult time. There were no problems with food, home, or land in his native lands. Therefore, he still cannot understand what is happening here. Dilyuk could not understand where such a strange place came from in this country. He said he wanted to go to the mountains instead of a girl. He could not allow a young girl to risky. The guy asked not to worry about him. He just wanted to look around. Instead, he asked the girl to help the guide to disassemble his things. The girl sincerely thanked the boy. He asked her not to worry again. Dilyuk went to the forest. Dilyuk moved into the forest. The road was littered with stones. The roots of the trees were selected on the surface, forming real mazes, so Dilyuk had to keep a close eye on every step of the way to avoid stumbling. The forest seemed very creepy. Negious miasmas hung everywhere. This is such a cloud filled with magical energy. It is very dangerous and attracts a monster. The guy understands that his ability to evoke the ancients here will not help. He has a good sword and has enough knowledge. It remains only to gather with thoughts and act. As Dilyuk thought about it, he suddenly heard a spooky cry. It turned out that the monster attacked a woman with a baby and an old grandfather. The defenseless residents had no effort to protect themselves from a creature that was several times larger than them. Diluyu decided to use Robal's style. Due to his ability to cut out a star shadow, he defeated the monster with one blow and rescued all people. The woman and the man were surprised that they were rescued by this guy, because they did not hope for salvation. Ordinary inhabitants were surprised that such a skillful sword was in their lands. The man even thought that all this was only dreaming. Diljuk felt confused because he did not do anything extraordinary. It was natural for him to help and protect those who are more defenseless. The monster has already disappeared in the air. The guy decided that he was weak and used it in his favor. Thanks to his skills, he quickly and without effort dealt with the monster. Suddenly, a sinister Rick came along with the guy. He raised his head and froze. There was a terrifying monster before him, so great that his head seemed to touch the clouds. The guy shouted to the residents so they would run away from here. The monster was a huge snake with a danger class A. It was just incredible size, and the mouth was a little open, as if it were about to attack. Such a snake was not uncommon, but his strength and giant physique were actually frightened. As it turned out, the residents of the boy did not obey and remained in place. The fierce frugality of their bodies was laid. They could not move. Adults closed their baby with their own bodies and shouted that they first see such a huge snake. Everyone had high hopes on the sword. Suddenly, the snake immediately rushed to the lord of the village, wide open. She crashed into a man with such a force that if he had not set a sword in front of him, everything could end very badly. The guy realized that he would not handle himself. No matter how hard, it is too difficult to fight such a monster alone. Even his skill in his own sword was powerless before the creature of such sizes. As soon as the snake hit the tail, the guy realized that the scales of this monster were incredibly strong. No matter how he tried, he will not be able to break through such armor. Diljuk urgently need to decide what to do next. Now, the most important question is that the guy can save civilians. Diljuk realizes that he has no other goal. Otherwise, his stay here simply does not make any sense. The guy rushed to the snake, waving his sword. Diljuk at that moment remembered the confident Okdio view and realized that he wanted to see him again. However, in addition to all this, Diljuk really wants to save these people. He stopped a huge snake with the blade of his sword. He had the courage to hinder the monster. The guy understands well that he has nothing but this worthless skill. But still, he must at least protect them. When the snake touched the swordsman's tail again, he realized that he could now apply the long-standing call. It was necessary to act immediately and not to waste time, because such a chance rarely falls out. The sword was surprised because he did not expect to activate his strength. Diljuk could not understand why such an opportunity appeared right now when it was quite late. To use it, it was necessary to spend points from the storage. The guy could not understand what it was leading to. The snake slowly crawled to the guy. Her leisurely movement did not herald anything good. Each time she was approaching, she pushed a long tongue and was ready to attack. Diljuk realized that there was no time for reflection at all. He clenched the sword's hand and activated his skill. To see what was happening around, the guy could not immediately. It was necessary to act quickly. The protagonist tries to breathe. You will be smoke around. The snake hissed. She clearly noticed something that could threaten her. Diljuk lifted his head to understand what was really going on. Instead of a holistic picture, he saw only some parts of a giant creature. Everyone who was around could not be surprised. The spirit had an incredibly huge tail, wings, and neck. Its size and majesty were amazed. Without any doubt, it was he who caught the fear of a great snake. The giant dragon returned to Diljuk and asked how to act in such a situation. The dragon was so great that the guy barely got to his knees. The white dragon looked carefully at him, waiting for the answer. The guy could not understand where this giant dragon came from here. A moment later, it came to him that he was called the owner. The dragon confirmed his assumption by contacting a boy named. Diljak was surprised when he saw a real dragon. The locals froze in surprise. No one could say the word. The young man felt a great shame that he managed to call such a spirit. Even after the expulsion from the royal post, he treated him with great respect. The dragon reassured him, they say, "Now there is nothing to worry about." The dragon realizes that the guy himself would be able to defeat such a weak monster. Diljuk denies, saying that he would not be able to definitely because he is not able to use magic at all. The dragon explains that you should not worry. Dilik's skill allows you to use the power of called creatures. Now the guy should feel the magical energy grows in it. Diljak realizes that now, like a dragon, he can use fiery balls. The charming creature confirms his assumption and advises to pay attention to his own weapon. Without thinking, Diljak exhaled on his sword, and at the same moment, he flashed a bright flame. The sword glow was reflected in the boy's eyes. Inside, it also burned a strong desire to protect and save the locals, as hot as it is a flame. The guy gained incredible power. Diljuk felt the magical energy fills his entire nature. At this point, the monster rushed at him again. Now, it's time to apply a new force. The protagonist used his usual technique, cut the shadow that shimmed like a starry sky. When the guy swung and hit the sword, the weapon suddenly faded. Subsequently, it turned out that it was a good reason. Diljuk was surprised that he was able to kill this snake with only one blow. After all, this monster was just a giant. But he had only one blow to end her once and for all, and give the residents of the village reliable protection and tranquility. The guy did not believe that he would really be able to win him. The dragon just smiled and said that everything would have happened in the same way. As the guy recovered, he immediately turned to the residents. Residents look at the guy with delight. They turn to him as a sword and say he is incredible. People even compare him to God, who descended them. Diluk realizes that residents are safe. But suddenly, a young child is drawn to him. The boy smiles widely with a Dilyuk, and he answers a smile in response. The baby's face can see the pleasure, and Diluk is convinced that he has done correctly. The protagonist asks the magical dragon how his name is. The dragon replied that his name was Kakro. He rejoices that he can serve as a guy because he sees sincere intentions and believes that much can be changed with him. Hakaru considers the boy his master. The guy was surprised that such a mighty dragon listened to him. The Gaku realized that this was not a problem because the guy had already felt everything. The owner of the village remembered how recently he was able to create a fiery ball. The protagonist guesses that if the dragon appeared here thanks to his skills, then she has arrived from the past. The dragon confidently agrees, but adds that the details do not know. She advises the boy to view information about the skill. Dilio mentioned that he needed to check his status. He opens his status menu and sees that he has one challenge by which he can call creatures who lived about 4,000 years ago. Dilyak was amazed to learn that Kakure for over 4,000 years. Dragoni was glad because it was finally time. She has been waiting for so many centuries when she was called to this world again. The guy was surprised to see that Hakura was waiting for him. He could not even imagine that the spirits of ancient civilization also secretly hoped to become part of something more and feel needed. Hakura explained that she was waiting for such a person with such ability. She also said that there are other spirits that are also waiting for their call to this world. It turned out that Kakura was far from the only one who is waiting patiently. Hakura unexpectedly bows his head to his head. She says she appeared in this world right now and asks to take care of her. This is a big responsibility for a guy. Deliak looked at Kakui in surprise and agreed. He really does not understand many more. Це цілком нормально, враховуючи обставини, в яких йому довелося вперше використати свою навичку. He still needs a lot to learn. Now, the guy considers his skills truly wonderful. He was inspired by learning that he could call the spirits into his world. Now, he does not consider himself nothing. He was fortunate enough to gain such an incredible skill. And he also liked these lands now. Meanwhile, one girl was very surprised. She is happy that someone who can become her husband finally appeared. After all, she has been looking for incredible love that will be greater than any of the ancient times. Dilyuk still decided to take the locals to a safe place with Kaku. They finally won the monster, saved the peasants, and, as promised, received food. The residents thanked the guy for letting them fly together, but the guy replied that he should not thank. It is not difficult to bring a house with him. For Hakurai, people were glad that their new ruler is so reliable. He could stand for them and protect them in difficult circumstances. However, Dilyak was a different opinion. He believed that he did not do anything special and deserves such praise. The man was fond of a boy and considered him a real strong. After all, he won the terrible snake in one blow. Not everyone. Most people would probably just run away, saving themselves. The resident decided to tell everyone in the village about Diljuk's feat. Kachuj also approved this idea. Let people find out how good her master is. After all, everyone sincerely want the boy only good. Diljuk did not like it at all. But he still was awkward to listen to such words. He remembered how he was expelled once, and then he became the ruler of the border. Then he not only opened his abilities, but also saved many people. The guy confesses that victory is not just his credit. He thanks the dragon, who shared with him his power. Without her help, he would not be able to overcome the monster. Hakayu adds that the dealer is able to share its power. The main character still decided to check his status. He noticed that he had already collected enough points, so now he has a chance to call a new creature. If the speaker accumulates even more points, it will be able to call others. He wondered how he could do it. After all, he still needs to understand many questions remain unanswered. All his life, he should learn further and master this skill. In fact, now the guy knows only one thing. He is able to call the spirits that lived 4,000 years ago. It is a very special and strong gift, but it is necessary to treat it with extreme caution. The main thing is to know all the rules. Hearing this, the man said that nothing was known about at that time. The woman with the child added that this era is called a time of missing civilization. And even in the capital's books, there are no references to her. She also noted that this era is called legendary. It was funny to watch how little is known about those times, but that is why people appreciate and glorify them. However, the guy became interested in this topic even more. Diljuk felt inspiration. He became wondering what life was in those days. Who knows? It is possible that then there were technologies that modern person could not even dream of. While everyone was talking, Hakura led everyone to 10. Now the residents are going to stroll through the village. Diljuk, having just landed, sincerely thanked Hakuri for her great help. The dragon, closing her eyes, explained that the spirits should help their master. Diljuk was worried that the residents were scared if they see a hawk, but the dragon said that it is not necessary to think about it, because it is their duty. It turned out that souls that are not human can take a different form. In addition, if the spirit has already been summoned, glasses are no longer needed for its call. Just call, and Kakuri will immediately appear in front of his master. The residents began to thank the boy for what he did for them today. One woman has expressed a desire to help him to remove the Lord's house as a sign of gratitude. But the guy replied that he should not handle everything. Dilyuk hoped that residents would share food with each other. A woman with her husband found a fried snake tail who, as the dragon said, was really delicious. The residents thanked the boy again for their help. Dilyuk waved them goodbye and wished a good rest. He was very glad that everything happened. The guy did not even want to imagine what had happened if the ability did not work. The man goes to his home. In fact, there was no comfortable chair here, just a few barrels, a broken tabletop, and a few boards just on the floor. It would be a real problem in such a hut. The protagonist notes that in comparison with the capital, this place looks quite unnoticeable. However, he realizes that over time, he can get used to it. Now these lands are in his hands, and he will have to manage them. First, he needs to equip the water and food composition, as well as find a light source. The lamp is completely broken. Water barrels are no longer suitable for anything. In the end, he was in the north of the country. Winter is much harsher here, and ordinary things for everyday life are almost not imported here. The guy is annoyed because there are many things to do. It is especially important to remember that the ability to dispose of time is the main thing. It is worth starting with care. Suddenly, Dilyuk recalls that he can call someone else. The man immediately remembers a strong master who can repair the house. He himself does not cope with this task. This decision seemed correct, so the guy immediately opened his state menu. Now, he had enough experience to try to call the spirit. The guy activates the ancient spell of the call. He appeals to the spirit of ancientness and asks to return to the past so that he appears before him. Because of the battle, the guy never understood what the true power of his ability is. Now he has the opportunity to see this phenomenon in all his beauty and understand what it is. By conquering ancient spirits, he gets the opportunity to use their power. It is his worthless ability he managed to awaken today in battle. Suddenly, an unexpected glow flashes, and a strange light pours from it. The guy thinks of what kind of spirit he will give this time. He is interested in, because every call of the spirit is like a lottery full of surprises. The flash gradually fades, and in its place, a girl appears. She slowly raised as if she had just woken up after a long sleep. Due to the fog and dust left after a bright flash, its silhouette is still difficult to see. Smoke will soon dispel after using the ability, and the guy will finally be able to see who he called this time. Коли дим розвіявся, дівчина випросталася на повний зріст і заявила, що відгукнулася на поклик свого господаря. There was no doubt it was exactly the spirit that Dilyuk could be caused by his skills. The girl Kurt saw was introduced like Cindy Kin. Cindy was in a cute dress and raincoat and was very happy about getting acquainted with you. The girl glowed with joy. She thanked the boy sincerely, smiling at him for calling her. Cindy was waiting for this day for a very long time, just as Hakura Yu was waiting for her turn in battle. Here he is, the moment she had hoped for so long. The guy was a little discord. Dilyuk voiced the full name of the girl, and she immediately frowned. She began to reproach Dilyuk for not calling her a sweet nickname. The girl asked her to be called Si-chan, but most likely, the guy is unlikely to call it. Then Cindy apologized. In fact, she is very glad that she finally met the boy. She is ready to fulfill any request. The guy can ask everything she wants. Dilyuk felt quite embarrassed. After all, he wanted to repair the house, and to ask for such a girl, he seemed wrong. His parents raised him that way. He just couldn't afford it. Cindy was pleasantly surprised that the guy was worried about her. Now she considers Dilyuk a true gentleman. The girl is no longer in doubt. She is confident in her master. Then the girl stated that she was well versed in alchemy, unlike a guy who did not even hear about it. It turned out that in the modern world of the boy, no one has ever done such art. Seeing Dilyuk's surprise and realizing that he does not seem to know anything about it, Cindy decides to show everything in his own example. The girl created a magical circle and began an alchemical transformation. All the boards in the house flew into the air, and one powerful stream rushed from the outside. It seemed that it was better not to interfere with this power. In a moment, all the walls became clean. The table looked perfect, and everything around the novelty. As a result, it was so good in the house, as if it had just been built and just handed over to the owner. The girl was looking forward to appreciate her work. Dilyuk was so impressed that he could not say the words. He asked what had just happened. The guy himself could not really answer this question. The girl laughed and explained that Cindy, with the help of magic, collected trees that lay nearby. Now the guy learned what alchemy was and decided that it was ancient magic. When Cindy heard about ancient magic, she was a little confused. Для неї алхімія була науковою справою майбутнього, і вона задумалася, яке ж місце алхімія займає у сучасному світі. Then Cindy reminded Dilyuk that he could now use alchemistry. After all, her skills have already gone to the boy, which means that he can create things just like she. The guy took advantage of his status and realized that by spending the same amount of energy, he could create different objects. In fact, Dilyuk has not fully understood all his ability. Dilyuk decides to try to use the ability of alchemical transformation. A new lamp appears right in front of the Asiate guy. He seems to be able to solve how Cindy's skill works. Such talent can be very useful in everyday life. The guy couldn't believe that he really turned out. Cindy was glad that her master was able to create a thing on the first attempt. She was proud of such a talented guy. Dilyuk felt that his magical power had decreased slightly, but thanks to this, he would be able to create even more things. He is now convinced that he will be able to bring even more benefits to his village. Cindy also wanted to help. The broken things immediately became suitable for use. She repaired everything very quickly, coping in a few minutes. The guy agreed that they would not hurt another lamp and gave it to Cindy. Now he can trust her just as Kakura. Dilyuk is convinced that the spirits are given to him. The girl immediately came to business, and within a few minutes before her appeared a beautiful flower-shaped lamp. The ceiling was made in the form of a bud with petals, and the stem served as the basis. Dilyuk did not expect to see this lamp at all. He grabbed the girl by her shoulders and asked if she could create other magic things. His head was born a wonderful idea that could change the life of the whole village. The girl realized that Dilyuk may have slight difficulties in personal relationships. They have to overcome many obstacles along the way. She sighed deeply, but immediately assured me that she could rely on her. In a moment, Cindy created a glass of water immediately with the help of magic and a box that could freeze food. Undoubtedly, such things would be very agreed. The guy has never seen it before. Even the lamps did not happen, because nowadays there is nothing that could shine so brightly. In cities, conventional lamps can illuminate the bed. The girl was surprised to hear these news. She noted that the previous lamp worked without magic, while in her world, all lamps were lit only through magic. It seems that this was the main and most important difference. 4,000 years ago, charming items were a common thing. The difference in their quality was really huge at the time. It is easy to see even on the example of a simple lamp. Dilyuk was very surprised to find out how much this civilization was developed in ancient times. He realized that its inhabitants had outnumbered modern in everything. He was curious about what could happen to make it all a decline. The young man is aware that this technique can make the life of Tennessee. Moreover, thanks to this technique, you can restore an ancient civilization, which is not known at all. The boys take the breath from the realization that such a developed civilization, which everyone knows almost nothing, can be reproduced. If this happens, humanity will receive a lot of useful knowledge and opportunities. Cindy said she would do exactly as much as the guy would ask. She is ready to make every effort to help him, because it was at the request of Dilyuk that she came to this world. The girl holds a charming lamp. Her light brightly illuminates the features of her face. The skill has chosen this guy, and many spirits are watched with enthusiasm. This is far from the limit. There are many new knowledge and experience ahead of the boys. Cindy, as always attentive and caring, decides to encourage Dilzuk. She tells him that he will definitely work out, because there are many more opportunities ahead. Cindy is convinced that this is only the beginning of their new road. The girl extends the lamp of Dilzuk. The guy was kicked out, and he was here. Dilzuk used his skill and got a new goal. Now there is a crucial moment in his life. Much depends on it. The peasants have hopes for him, and he must justify them. The guy still dared to ask what the phrase, "everything ahead," means. Cindy was surprised that they were no longer saying. The girl became a little awkward, though she just wanted to be with him in one wave. Dillyuk smiled and said he liked this phrase. Now he is sure that they have everything ahead with Cindy. The young man finally realized the meaning of these words and accepted them for himself. The guy wants to become better, revive ancient civilization, and establish a new one. His desires are becoming more serious. It seems to be his new goal. Now the guy's desire to make 10 people happy has become a clear goal for him. He wants to improve the lives of others because now many opportunities are open. The peasants are always ready to support their owner. The sight extends his hand to Cindy, asking for support and care. The girl smiles confidently and also pulls her hand. Now both understand what responsibility has taken for each other. They decided to go together. Sydney presses his hand and assures that he will always be near. She waited for this moment, and finally she came. Then the guy remembers that they need another bed. Sydney is indignant because she was sure that they would have enough one. For a girl, this again becomes a problem, because she never dared to become closer to the boy. While the boys argued, it was already dark. 2 bandits, hiding in the forest near the house, followed them closely. It was evident that they thought something. The appearance of bandits never promises anything good. The new lord should be alert. Finally, the morning. The weather is wonderful. Cindy, holding a frying pan in the kitchen, cheerfully greets Dilyuk with a good morning. She unambiguously woke up much earlier than the boy, and he immediately noticed it. Cindy explained that she was trying to be useful after everything has already been decided. She really wanted to cook breakfast and wait for the guy. Even she made kitchenware with the help of alchemy. However, they did not have food at all. The girl was very upset because of this, because she wanted to please her master and already did everything she could. The only thing she needed was some food for breakfast. Cindy was upset because she could not create food with the help of alchemy, but very much wanted to feed her mentor. He was glad that she was experiencing so much for him, but believed that it was not a serious excitement. Dilyuk decided that first it was necessary to take care of food. To do this, he thought to look at the local fields. Usually there are always crops near the settlements. The villagers grow a crop there to have a constant source of food. Today, the boys had an unusual dish for breakfast, a fried snaketail. Cindy hesitated whether it would be delicious, but there was no choice in them. In addition, Kakuria once said that such food was quite delicious. The boys went to look at the fields. Cindy took a few seconds to understand. This is the same village for 10 mu. Everything looked here as well as when he arrived. The fields were very lacking in water, and the crop was very little. It was obvious that labor was not enough here. The old man noticed people who passed. He turned to Lord and sincerely thanked him for yesterday's rescue. The old man was proud that they had such a brave and reliable lord. They were lucky to meet this day again. The guy guessed that the man was working in the field today. He confirmed and explained that he decided to avoid the forest and first take up weeds. The old man realized that not everything could be as safe as working on the field. It turned out that there are a lot of weeds on the field, and people are not enough for work. The old man noticed that a young girl was standing next to Diljuk and asked who she was. After all, he did not see this girl, and he became wondering where she came from. Dilyak still has not time to introduce a girl. Cindy immediately exclaimed that she was the future wife of the Lord, that is, a boy. However, he denied it and explained that he caused it as well as the dragon. Now Cindy has become his new companion. Cindy told me that her new skill was alchemy. The old man was surprised because such skills have not existed for a long time. Alchemy seems to him something fabulous and supernatural. The man does not understand everything that is happening now. This time, Cindy decides not to explain in words, but to show everything. It causes an alchemical machine, and with the help of conversion, removes the braid. Cindy is sure that this item will really be useful in your work. The man was surprised how quickly the girl made the tool. She coped with everything in a few seconds. The girl sincerely sought to be useful for her master and residents of Tenim. Cindy conveyed this to her husband and said she was ready to help others for the sake of her mentor's dream. The sincere intentions of the girls were noticeable at first glance. She really wanted to help everyone in the village sincerely. The girl explained that this tool is working on magic and the husband needs to be tested. It is very simple to use it, so much that even a child will easily cope with it. The grandfather made a few movements with his sickle. He was delighted because this tool could effortlessly cut even thick roots. He has never seen that. It was clear that this tool would be much easier to work with this tool. Cindy explained that when the man presses on the button, the tool will turn into a sap and a plow. The man added that such a thing will be useful to everyone in the village. He is very glad, because now the work will be easier for everyone. The guy praised Cindy. Dilek asked to make the same product for him. He wanted to give these things to the locals. The guy appreciated the girl's efforts and her work. No one doubted that this thing would be useful. The girl confidently agrees. But to transform such a large amount of metal, one is needed one cunning technique. It seemed like an oil, but the guy almost forgot about the most important condition for alchemical transformation. Cindy reminds that alchemy is always an exchange of something for something equivalent. The metal, which will later turn into an agricultural tool, attracts magic and changes, taking on a certain shape. The girl, leaning even closer to Dilyuk, explained, "Only those charming tools that are completely created can be attracted to each other. It's easy to understand. In principle, we could think of it ourselves." However, the guy perceived it all too literally and still decided to record the same in his notebook, giving an example, a magnet and iron. Dilyuk believes that he has no right to miss a single important little thing that can somehow be useful. The guy used an alchemical transformation and created exactly the same subject. He got an absolute copy of the thing that the girl just made. This is not surprising, because now they have the same abilities. He conveys this Cindy, and she is passionate about this thing, is just wonderful. However, this object studied the strange sound and magical radiance that appeared during laughter. In the end, the guy was able to collect as much as 200 points. This means that the merchant can restore them by helping with household chores. The girl was genuinely rejoiced in her master because with every step he became closer to the fulfillment of his dream. If the scale is fully filled, it will be able to call a new spirit. To do this, you should even help the villagers and win more of the monsters. The call of a new creature can be useful to the local, so the guy could kill 2 rabbits at once. He really liked such a schedule of events because he saved time. Suddenly, a cry came from the house. Everyone went up sharply and turned in surprise to the other side. No one expected to hear something like in the middle of the day, even in other residential buildings. The old man pointed his finger on the house standing nearby. He said it was Letitia's house. It was visible that the grandfather himself was very scared. He seems to be worried about the villagers just like the gentleman. Dilyuk said that this is the house, so it is necessary to slap it. The girl agreed with him. The guy went there. When they came to the house, the front door barely opened. It seemed as if someone had pushed them from the inside. From the door came a girl who barely kept on her feet. She, widely opened with horror, begged the master to help. She said that something bad happened to her sister. The boys looked into the house and saw that the bandits had seized Letitia's younger sister. The situation became dangerous. It was necessary to act immediately. They rushed inside to help, but everything turned out to be so easy. They were agitated. Letitia said that many villagers and even their parents were already victims of bandits. Now she could not imagine what would happen if her sister was also taken away. Dilyuk was already going to pick up the sword, but suddenly one of the bandits threatened, "Do not move, otherwise the girl will be overflowing." Everyone was frightened that something would happen to Rishi, so they were forced to obey the offender. It was urgent to invent what to do next. The little girl was immediately scared, and tears appeared in her eyes. She looked at everyone around, hoping that someone would help her. The young man realized that if he now calls a hawk, bandits could harm her. He was aware that nothing good would work out. Dilyuk thinks what to do next. He has very little time to think about everything right, because it depends on human life. At this point, Cindy extends his hand forward and turns to the kidnappers. She suggested giving herself instead of a little girl. Everyone in the house was amazed at such a proposal, and no one argued because everyone believed that the girl had this good reason. The robber did not expect such an offer at all. Cindy explained that she only wanted to help the girl and the village. It will not resist unless the robbers affect others. The girl believes that this is a favorable agreement. The bandit carefully inspected the girl from head to heels and then agreed to the deal and released the baby. He seems to have not expected himself that they would be able to negotiate so quickly and simply. Dilyuk was in surprise in Cindy that she was thinking, but she just waved back. The bandits with a cunning smile were said that the girl would not cry for sure because she came to them. Cindy didn't answer it. She understood what was going to. She just believed that Dilyuk would make the right decision and find it. Cindy smiled gently, looking at the dialogue. It was evident that he did not know how to act now. The guy in his head swarmed hundreds of thoughts. Why, in fact, Cindy did so and what she could have. A little girl rushed to her sister. People around did not even imagine what fears she suffered near the bandits. No one knows what could happen if the boys did not have time to arrive on time. The bandits quickly realized that they would feel normally again. They hid using simple trick, and in a moment they disappeared, as if they were not here. Only fog and dust, which were also part of this disappearance, remained in their place. Letitia, with tears in his eyes, asks the guy to forgive her. After all, Cindy, not her sister Rena, went to the bandits. Dilyuk reassures there is no guilt. Moreover, Cindy has a good magic, so it is sure to get a hole. Then the guy realizes that the girl is not going to give up and exactly has some plan. Cindy will not mindlessly sacrifice yourself. It inspires the guy even more to go forward and look for a girl. Meanwhile, the old man fell to the ground. He could not understand where the robbers had so much boldness, and he was convinced that they did not have conscience at all if they were committed. It was at this moment that Cindy made the glow. The guy realized that it was a charming power. The land grabbed the tool. He looked at him carefully and tried to remember how they made the solder. The guy immediately called Kakuri and suggested going with him. Drakon Nezaperechevov. The spirit was only happy to help your master. It is for this that there is a hacker in this world. The girl was in some cave. There was quite light inside. Other robbers laughing at each other because they did not expect that they would bring a young girl. When they learned that she came here voluntarily, they were quite surprised. For Cindy bandits, it is a real find. They easily caught it, and now sure that this girl will bring them a considerable benefit. Her neat appearance hints that she is from a wealthy family and probably has something valuable. But the bandits who searched her things said that they did not find anything valuable there, and that they were not shined with any money. All their hopes were immediately dispelled. They dreamed of their share from this so-called outing, but eventually remained with nothing. The robber thought that this girl was strange because she immediately said that she would not resist. Even now, she sat quietly. It seemed to him that she was not afraid at all, unlike other people in the cave. The bandit points his finger to other victims and says that the girl should come to them. The rest of the people do not even dare to say something from fear. The girl was so sorry for these people that she could not but feel compassion for them. Cindy realized that there were disappeared villagers in front of her, who, like her, got to this cave. No one knows how much time these people spent in this spooky and dirty place. The bandit says that the same will happen to Cindy as with everyone else. The entrance to the cave is firmly closed, so no one will get here. You cannot even dream of escape. It seems that this story has no chance of a happy ending. The girl said she had no reason to worry. She was sure that her master would definitely come here. Cindy, despite all the circumstances, stubbornly believed in Dalton and was convinced that he would certainly come after her. One of the robbers became angry and ordered the girl to watch out in their own words. He clearly did not like that someone dared to interfere with him. It was even more angry. And then there was an event that could no longer be corrected. The girl did not expect trouble at all when suddenly, behind the bandit, was an explosion. Why it happened, it is unclear, but this explosion in the soul became calmer. The whole thing was that the girl knew who was behind it. The bandit turned sharply and slightly asked that it was just a sound. None of the criminals even imagined that someone could find and destroy their secret place right now. They barely restrained from anger. Dilyak stood next to the sword in his hands, shrouded in smoke and dust. He apologized for the delay. The guy firmly walked his way and believed in his decision, so he asked. That is why he managed to find Cindy so quickly. The bandits never understood where Dilyak learned about their hiding place, but now it did not have any significance because it was time for the battle for the lives of those who were in the cave of the fault of criminals. Dilyak said that Cindy told him his location, attracting magical energy. It was a great idea that would help them find each other if needed. Magic objects that create Dilyak and Cindy immediately attract attention. Cindy praised Dilyak with a smile. She trusted him. She did not even have to explain anything. He himself was able to find her. Cindy was convinced that Dilyak would cope. The bandits were alert and acknowledged that there was a problem. However, one of them reassured everyone, saying not to worry. They did not yet use all their tricks and therefore intended to show a few more new tricks. Although the guy himself found this place, the bandit was also able to spell. Everything was not so easy. The bandit began to use his special skill, hoping that it would help him overcome the sword. Dilyak was not lost at all from this news and immediately went on the offensive. He rushed to the man quickly, so quickly that the bandit D even had time to notice it. He did not wait for the guy of such a course and was immediately lost. The guy immediately applied his technique of cutting the star shadow and immediately won the first robber. It did not take any effort. For Cindy and residents, this start of the battle was quite encouraging. At this point, the second bandit began to think about who this guy was. Diljuk was already standing behind his back and preparing for a blow. The offender did not even need to guess. Another moment, and he was convinced of the guy's skill. As a result, all bandits were amazed and disposed of. Dilyak sincerely thanked Cindy, because it was thanks to her that the guy was able to find this place. Everything worked perfectly. The plan was simple, but it was completely based on trust. After that, the hostages exclaimed joyfully because they were finally saved. They could not imagine that such a miracle would happen. Until the latter was thought that their lives would be in great danger. But all the trials are already behind. The guy was surprised how many people in the village were affected by bandits. Not surprisingly, the village is now in this condition because robbers are constantly robbing these edges in search of easy prey. Diljuk and Cindy quickly began to take off shades from people, so they returned to them the freedom that the criminals once took away. Both did not even know how important all these people were at this moment. Diljuk realizes that all residents are now free, but suddenly notices something strange. It approaches the main square and sees something unusual. As it turned out, several more people sat behind the lattice. They also became victims of bandits. Diljuk обережно запитує у створіння, чи не поранене воно. This oppressing creature could not believe that it was released. It was so frightened that he did not dream. The protagonist agreed that he was true and then called everyone to gather. The dwarf, with tears in his eyes, began to tell that their people were always suppressed and not valued. It was visible how he was confused when he was first reached humanly. But Diljuk removed the handcuffs and said that now everything was over, and there is nothing to worry about. He again presented them with peace in their anxious, fears full of tomorrow. As a real lord, this guy is always happy to help all living things. When the gnome asked him who he was, the guy reached out to him and introduced himself to Lord Tenma. The dwarf was terribly discouraged when the man reached out to him. However, he gratefully shook her and asked him to give him a chance to thank the village of Dalek for salvation. Ever before, no one has treated the dwarves with such respect. The guy sincerely thanked the oppression and wondered if he wanted to go home. It seemed to him that after a long separation of these creatures, it was very much to see their native places as soon as possible. Gnome explains that he will not be able to return home until he gives off his debt. It is very important for gnomes. It is seriously configured. Meanwhile, another creature approaches the boy and also wants to thank him for the salvation. A bear-like guy also wants to thank for salvation. But it is unfortunate that people are afraid of his appearance. They are much higher and larger than ordinary people, and they have fur and bear ears on their heads. But here, people who lived in the cave have long risen and said that all the inhabitants and creatures in the cave became closer to each other. The attendees decided to convince other residents that it is not necessary to fear creatures at all. Diljuk was very pleased that everything happened. He was convinced that the tenants would be glad to see everyone without exception. Although Diljuk appeared in this village only recently, he said it with complete confidence. Everyone was extremely happy. Diljuk suggested that everyone go to the village together. Kakuyo helped everyone go home. The spirits they called to Diljuk were convinced that everything was fine with Cindy. The girl showed great ingenuity and sincerely believed in the Lord. Then Letitia and Rena ran to them, calling her mother and dad. A woman and a man stopped in front of the girls. Parents could not restrain their joy, seeing their daughters alive and unharmed. They immediately apologized to them and hugged their children firmly. Letitia reported that all residents of the village had already returned. She turned to Cindy, asking how to thank her for such help. The girl answered that she should not thank her, but Diljuk, because she really did nothing like this. Дівчинка взяла Дільджука за руки і сказала, що ніколи не забуде його вчинок. How is it for parents who were afraid to never see their children again, hug them firmly again? Diljuk is also glad because it happened, because the main thing is now in the village. His home is no longer under threat of attacks by criminals and robbers. The peasants finally felt peace in their home and found a reliable owner under whose protection they can sleep firmly. The protagonist introduced the villagers with gnomes and bears who came to help rebuild the village. The people did not know how people would be perceived, because for many years they were rejected and not recognized. All residents of the village were surprised to look at new guests. The courts and the bears were worried because they did not know how people will be perceived. This is not surprising, because for so many years they were forced to hide and live away from human views. Letia was the first to come to the guests. Everyone was watching it silently. No one said a word. Everyone was immersed in their thoughts. The girl spread her hands to the sides and sincerely thanked the gnomes and bears for supporting her parents. She truly appreciated all the help of people who found herself with her in the cave. The bears were surprised that people were not afraid at all. The girl denied that it was not true. She thinks that now everyone has become friends with a common grief. In this, she is partly right, because a common trouble really made the villagers closer to each other. The peasants gladly agreed with the girl. They said they would be much calmer if the dwarves and bears remain with them. After many years, the peasants finally took them into their lives. The reaction of people to the arrival of dwarves and bears moved them very much. It seems that it has become warmer than before. Cindy and Dilika were also happy about everything that happened. The dwarves approached the boy and said that the village was really very beautiful. As Diljuk told, no one thought to meet such a friendly place, but everything turned out to be even better than they hoped. In response, the boys sincerely thanked the bears and gnomes that they visited their village. They had high hopes for the guests because they promised to help with the restoration of their native land. The dwarves decided to work hard because they are good to build homes. The bears also said they wanted to help, and these words cheered all the inhabitants of the village. Diljuk sincerely thanked everyone around. It was only the first step to his dream, a happy life in 10. The guy wants good to every resident of the village and confidently walks to his goal. The city has a lively and energetic atmosphere. Everyone does their own business. Cindy and Diljuk received a wonderful award. Their work was not in vain. In addition, they managed to save the missing settlements. Diluk suggested that the police themselves did not know how to proceed. Sydney noted that the officers were lost when they brought the bandits. It's been a few days since the boys caught the kidnappers. To receive the award from the police, Cindy and Diluk went to the nearest city. The kidnappers committed many crimes for which they should be punished by law. It turned out that not only in Team, but in this city, people finally sighed with relief. The boys looked around, looked at the people, and noticed how fussy the city was. Cindy said it reminds her in the ancient city. Dilyak wondered if the cities were really different than now. The girl explained that they once were even more developed. Previously, it was enough to remember the magical things created with the help of alchemy to live normally. The guy acknowledged that the city in which they are now are also good enough, but ancient inventions still impress everyone. Cindy takes Adilyuka hand, hugs him, and says that for her, the best city is the one in which she can walk with her owner. The girl shone with joy. She had already imagined how to fly to Hakui with Dilius to the city for the whole day. But the guy dispelled all her dreams. Today, she was waiting for an important task. The guy proposed to conclude an agreement. Cindy's eyes shone with curiosity. She was convinced that Diluyu invented something truly exciting. She wanted to find out what was waiting for them. Diluyu explained that Tenma has no connections with the outside world. This has a great impact on her standard of living. If you solve this problem, people will feel much better. The guy wants to try to sell the things that Cindy, and yet because he has learned alchemy, he intends to sell the products in the group. Things should be really useful. If the boys can make money on it, it will be support for the entire community. In such a case, they certainly need to succeed. Cindy trusts Dilub. The boys also reach the Maple Trading Guild. It is rumored that their reward is the best in the whole country. Sandy and Dilyuk went to the store. To their greeting, the man who was sitting at the table replied that he saw them for the first time. The man asked to speak briefly. He wondered why the boys came. Dilyuk immediately realized what the country's main trade company looks like. He said he wanted to sell his goods. The merchant asked what goods the young man brought. After learning that they were ordinary household things, he just waved his hand. He did not need such shops. The merchant said he would agree to view only an unusual product for which you can get a good price. Diluyu put a bag with things on the table and offered to look at them first. The guy was confident in himself and was not going to be afraid of anyone. And then the man paid attention to the boy and his goods. The merchant noticed what the guy offered his product with, but still decided to see what he was selling. The man posted all the tools on the table. He looked carefully at 2 glasses and a lamp through a magnifying glass. It was evident that these things were really rare. Yes. After a thorough check, the merchant was ready to voice his sentence. Cindy asked the merchant to touch the magic stone. The man fulfilled her request, though he did it with distrust. He seemed to believe that he was only spending time on some nonsense. As soon as the finger touched the magic stone, water immediately appeared in the glass. The merchant could not believe his eyes and was very surprised how it became possible. He could not think what it was possible. I immediately asked the newcomers how water appeared in the glass. The girl explained that thanks to the magic that gathered in the stone, water changes. You can get 1 glass of drinking water in an hour. The instructions were very simple. It is easy to remember even without recording. Cindy approached the lamp and showed me how to turn it on. The lamp immediately caught fire in our eyes. The merchant was stunned because he never met anything like this before. He said it was very bright. The man decided to buy all the goods from the boys. For a lamp and a glass, it offers 100,000 rubles for each item. At first, he planned to pay for a glass of only 50,000, but then changed his mind and increased the amount. The young man is incredibly happy because this amount was even greater than he could imagine. Depending on the position, it may be equal to monthly income. For the village in their position, it is not a small money. The guy shows the thumb up, and Cindy nods his head with confidence. She is completely satisfied that Dilyuk came up with such a plan and was able to conclude an agreement with the most famous shopping shop in the country. The merchant twists in the hand and preparing to sign the contract as soon as possible. He is interested in the name of the guy who is dealing with. The merchant is looking forward to such an unusual product and seeks to complete the agreement as soon as possible. The owner of the village Tenma suddenly recalls that he has not yet introduced himself. He speaks his full name. The trader's face changed dramatically when he heard the boy's name, a fear of him. He clearly did not expect that ever hearing this name. His voice was dormant, and he lowered his head. The merchant decided that he was too rude. He had no idea that Deluk Reblo stood in front of him. He did not expect that Lord himself would visit his shop. That man just asked him not to worry. The protagonist explains that he is now only the head of a small village. He no longer serves the king and is known only as a skilled sword and the lord of the area. Dilzuk explained that he had one request. He needs the caravans to get to the Tens, where you can buy directly. This will greatly simplify the lives of Tenma residents. People will have truly unique opportunities. The merchant had to strain well because the village is located quite far. Although the owner asked him to execute this assignment, it will not be easy to realize. Even if a person really wants to conclude an agreement, it will be difficult to fulfill the request of Diljuk. The young man realizes that the village is very inconvenient. In addition, costs and dangers should be taken into account. There are many threats to the village on the way. No merchant will risk so much for the sake of amazing goods. The main character decides to speak. He says there are many different lands around. If you think a little in advance, trade with them opens a lot of opportunities. In addition, Tenmi produces magical objects, and if you buy their direction, the merchant will not require a special pass. The man suggested that it would be profitable for both parties. The merchant looks at the guy. He remembers rumors of the horrific events that happen in that place. Of course, not everyone will risk their people for the sake of goods. The guy shows a document that finally confirms that all cases are completed. This document reveals a thank you letter from the police stating that the land around the village is now completely safe. The merchant was surprised that the boys managed to get rid of the kidnappers. The man sighed with relief. He agreed to send his group to the village next time. He did it, thinking that the deal was successful. The merchant extends the boy's hand. He says he will wait for him in his store. Dilyuk presses his hand and notes that it is a profitable agreement. Both sides were satisfied. The merchant will receive his goods, and the guy will have new opportunities for 10 months. The boys returned to their village. They seem to have managed to achieve their goal. This means that their journey to the city was in vain. The young man sincerely thanked the dragon Hakura because, as always, he helped a return. Dilyuk realized that he had now had his own way of earnings. This will greatly facilitate life, and he firmly decided to make their village the best for all, both peasants, gnomes, and bears. They all lifted their eyes together and looked at the dragon that flew in the sky majestically. The bears were the first to meet the guy in the village. They sincerely thanked him for their help. The guy waved his hand in response and saw that the boys had already built a house. He was surprised how quickly such a house could be erected. The dwarf was red and discouraged because, in his opinion, it was only an ordinary shack. He did not hope that his work would receive so many approving words and could not accept such praise immediately. Dilzuk looked carefully at the house that glowed with novelty. This is definitely not a simple barn, as someone could think. There were no cracks or holes on it, and all the boards were whole and durable. In fact, the gnome very much wanted the gentleman to be satisfied, so in response, he smiled sincerely. Dwarfs have always been able to impress the real masters of their business. It is difficult to find such professionals now. The bear decided that he would never lose the criminals again. Even during his work, he does not forget about training. So he took the deck and began to show how he was training. The peasants smiled and noted that gnomes and bears were very reliable. The protagonist noticed that the locals work with the guests. but they explained that they just decided to help. The residents of the village confessed that they had previously been afraid of animals, but now they rely on them. They are convinced that the intentions of gnomes and bear intentions are sincere, and they can be trusted. The bear was very moving these words. He didn't even know how to thank Diliuk. The owner of the village gave the bears and gnomes what they had never had before. Now it seems that people will rely on new villagers. The guy in return thanks the carriers. The village has become lively again, but he realizes that something needs to be done with the fields. It is an extremely important resource that will provide the village with food and allow you to prepare stocks for the cold season. Letitia comes to Diliuk, holding a jug in his hands. She smiles so sweetly. The girl pours the field with water from the jug, and then calmly turns and goes away. Diliuk asked the girl about the water, and she explained that she was taking her out of the stream nearby. The guy was surprised to see the girl running back and forth all the time. Cindy realized that you won't do a lot with one jug. There are more people in the village, and a lot of water is needed to work on the field, so wearing it with a jug is quite uncomfortable. Then the guy recalls that his alchemy level has increased. Cindy is very pleased because now it can use much more magical energy. Of course, you need to spend points to increase the levels, but now it is absolutely necessary. Bishop of the village decided to try his new forces in alchemy and transformation. With magic, it creates something useful for the home. However, another strange object emerges from the clouds of magic dust. All the guys look forward to what will come out of this alchemy. As it turned out, Diliuk had his own water canal. The guy acknowledged well. Cindy praised him. Letitia could not believe how he managed to break even the water canal on such solid earth. It would be a very difficult and long work for people. The girl thanks the boy for the work done. However, Diluyu is wondering why there is so little water flowing from the stream. The water only flows through the channel with a thin trickle. It is not even enough to fill the jug, not to mention watering the fields. The guy suggested that the locals once used water from this source. Now there are no other water sources at all. It became difficult to reach the source itself, and water comes from it less. Letia said that there was more water before, but its receipt has decreased sharply lately. This greatly influenced the lives of all residents of the station. Working in the fields and on the farm has become very difficult. The guy noticed that the spring water was much smaller and decided to find out the reason for it. After all, the weather has not changed here, so the problem probably lies somewhere in the source itself. The guy began to guess that something happened in the forest, and it was necessary to check it. However, he understood that the forest should be careful, as monsters and other dangers could be seen there. Deljuk, along with the bears, went to find out why there was so little water. The bear also warned the guy to be careful, because the road ahead is far away. Dangerous monsters live in these places. They may be somehow related to water restriction. One way or another, you need to find out. The guy asks the bears to be careful and follow everything around. The bear orders the guy to return to the village whole and unharmed. Diljuk does not understand why it is suddenly about it. Of course, he was pleased that someone was worried, but there was no real reason for such anxiety. The bear says that otherwise it will not be able to look at Cindy in the eye. He remembers how the girl strongly hinted that they should protect the boy. She just can't allow something to happen to her master. Diljuk apologized through the girl. He also wants the boys to do hard work while studying. The guy gets a net out of the bag, and the bear is asked why she is. Deljuk began to say that this net was made for fishing wild boars. In each corner, heavily made of magical stones were attached to it. This device is very easy to make and use. It will definitely come in handy during various hikes. When the prey gets into this grid, The trap is locked immediately. If a person gets in a trap, it is enough to touch me to get freedom. It was an automatic security network. Everyone said it was a wonderful idea and immediately began to quickly install it everywhere. They rejoiced that it would now be easier to produce food and admired the owner's mind. Dilek thinks that if you can get even a little food in this way, residents will not have to go to the mountains, so they will be able to help people even more. The guy, along with the bears, continues his way. The further they go, the more the fog spreads the forest. The road through the thicket is becoming more dangerous. They should be very careful, because no one knows who can be found in the way. The bear also had a special request to the village bishop. The bear turned to the boy with a serious look and asked them to fight the monsters if they appeared. It was noticeable that he was confident in his intentions and wanted it very much. The man recognizes that they are much stronger than ordinary people, but even though they were still grabbed by robbers. At first, it may seem that the bears were upset. After all, their power did not save them from danger, and they still remained defenseless. In the end, the guy saved them, and the bears very much want to show him his true strength. They seem to have a huge supply of this energy that they seek to demonstrate the owner of the village. Dilyak agreed, but as Lord, he cannot care about how his people run the risk of life. Therefore, he appealed to the bear to allow him to lead his people in battle. The bears gladly agreed, but suddenly a monster came out of his back. His fierce growl made everyone shudder. The guy seems to have not been waiting to hear that right now. The monster was just giant and could easily scare anyone. They were immediately alert and took a fight. As it turned out, Serba himself stood in front of them. His huge and powerful body kept a massive neck with 3 heads. All the mouths were opened, and from them, drops of saliva almost touched the ground. Dilyak ordered the first time to surround the monster. One bear stayed next to him. All instantly took the combat positions and prepared for the attack. The warriors waited patiently when the Dilyak would signal to the attack. Due to the fact that Serba has 3 heads, he is clearly visible around. In order to have a chance in battle, you must first disorient it during a near confrontation. Dilyak quickly understood it and immediately began to develop tactics, taking into account this feature. The bear squeezes his paw into his fist and is about to show all his bear rage. He instantly rushes to the monster and cut off one of his heads. For him, it did not make any difficulty because he long sought to show all his power. You think this is a great way out of the situation, but still should not lose vigilance. The man ordered one of the bears to throw a stone at the monster. The bear obediently fulfilled the order, as the owner of the village commanded. As soon as the monster became less dangerous, another bear ran up and hit his spear. He also showed all his strength and determination, proving his dedication and reliability. That's how the monster was defeated. The bears are convinced that everything was succeeded by the master. The owner runs to the bears, smiles and praises them for a well-done business. The water source remained quite a little. Everyone is set to go with the same dedication. The boys got to the destination. Diljuk was delighted with what he saw. In fact, there was a source right in the mountains. It was so great and beautiful that he could not even utter a word. The water flowed down the stone and flowed directly into the large lake. The water in the pond was so transparent that the bottom was clearly visible. Якби вся ця вода потрапила до села, це б дуже допомогло людям. Apparently, the guys just saw the reason why the peasants had problems with water. It turned out that in the middle of the current lies a huge stone that prevents the water from moving on. The bear said that he would cope with this obstacle and asked him to trust him. It seemed that there was very little work, but in fact everything turned out to be much more difficult. As the bear approached him with a shovel, the stone began to move and make strange sounds. It turned out that it was not just a stone, but a stone gate. The monster began to straighten. Just a few minutes passed, and he was already full of height in front of people and bears. The creature was so great that they had to tear their heads to look at it. Dilok ordered to throw large stones into her. The bears did not understand how it could help, but still obediently followed his instructions. At the same moment, large stones flew into the monsters. The bear immediately realized that this trick did not work, but the guy assured everyone that everything was under control. Diljuk was forced to believe me in these words. His previous deeds added to him trust among people. Diljuk виймає меч із піхв, робить широкий стрибок і використовує стиль ревелло. If you apply the stone as a wedge, you can stop the monster. The idea is simple. You don't have to think a lot, but the result will be great. You need to go to the same stone. The guy uses a fiery cutter under the full moon and cuts off the monster's leg. The golem's leg begins to crumble into fine dust so that it is no longer visible. Huge stones fall directly into the water. The young man understands that if the garbage continues to spread, it will fill the whole lake, and then they will no longer be able to open a source for residents, as they planned before going to the forest. Now they urgently need to come up with another plan of action. Diljuk is calling for the help of the dragon. He again uses the style of rebello and then uses a powerful blow to the sword. The guy beats the monster directly into the trunk, and it breaks down into small stones. The stones gradually disappear in the air, and within a moment there is no trace from the monster. The bears spread their mouths with surprise. They did not expect to meet such force. The boys stuck the blade of a knife into a stone that left behind a monster. It turned out to be an energy stone that helped the golem move. The guy lifted him. The bears began to glorify the Lord joyfully, smiling. Diljuk also sincerely thanked all those present. The gold was scattered to powder, and the problem with access to the water source has finally disappeared. Now all residents could easily use water. Water should appear in the village again. The boys decided to return as soon as possible. They all wanted to see the joyful faces of the locals. At this time, important matters are resolved in the royal capital. Akdo arrived in the king. The king looked at him with dissatisfaction. Akdo also did not delight this meeting and felt uncomfortable before his grandeur. The king hoped that the guy himself guessed why he was invited to the palace, because usually the kings did not explain the cause of such meetings. The king wanted to talk about how this guy works. Immediately the anxiety engulfed him. He realized that nothing good from this conversation should not be expected. In his head, Acts flashed many thoughts on how to get out of this situation now. After the king lost his previous assistant, he appointed this boy in his place. What are his responsibilities? In fact, the monster cannot be allowed to enter the castle, and this is its task, to follow it. While he was reproached for his work, the guy stood silently and listened carefully to everything he was told. The knights, who were taught by Diljuk, destroyed demons. At this time, he was informed that Akalato was stationary, and others directed the swords on the giant monster, which was vaguely reminiscent of the wolf. It is much worse than the previous assistant. The king was extremely angry and disappointed with this situation. He screamed loudly at his assistant, wanting to show him all his annoyance. In the castle about Karates, there is the worst rumors. Although he is the son of the Duke Giggins, this behavior is unacceptable here. Karates does not want to work at all. There are only drinking and entertainment for him. He treats the knights badly and does not want to do something useful for the king. After all that happened, The king made a decision. He removed Act Giggins from work for a whole month. He announced his decision, sitting on the throne right before the guilty young man. The man was struck by such a long removal and had a distrustfully asked about the term of punishment. His face twisted with shock and despair. The king made this decision not just. He ordered the young man to change his attitude to work for the time allotted. The man on the throne was no longer young. His grey hair fell to his shoulders, and a long beard reached the clavicle. The young man did not stop arguing. Putting his hand on his heart, he tried to assure the king that it was not his fault. However, this chatter was bored by the king. He no longer wanted to listen to any excuses for this joker. He looked at him with a cold look. In his eyes, there was no trace of sympathy for the assistant. He said he was now forced to leave the hall, because after all that happened, he hurts to look at him. The guy became angry so much that his face became red. Squeezing his teeth from anger, he only tied his tongue and asked for forgiveness. Then he turned, and as he was asked, left the hall. When he finally found himself on the other side of the huge door of the throne hall, he did not restrain. He began to swear loudly, squeezing his fists from anger and anger. The man who was expelled with an evil expression and anger in his heart quickly walked the corridor. Nearlessly moving to running, he moved forward, and the workers who met him on the way were surprised. He remembered how he was told that Mr. Dilyak had completed his business in the morning. He was asked to fill the document in the same way as Dilyak did, and he paid the conversations of others, where everyone said that Dilyak was much better than him. Dilyak is constantly interfering with him. Even after he left the palace for a long time and is far from him, the anger on the Dilyak Roblo is still burning in his heart. Making his way deeper and further with a dark corridor, he went himself and continued to insult Dilyak, warning that it was why it should be expected. The king looked quietly up on his part. His face clearly read a great disappointment. The king knew that Akado also had great abilities. However, he could not imagine that he would take advantage of his position to assign himself to the achievement of a shout. Compared to others, Diljuk was a real find. The king felt as if he had finally found someone who understood him. He remembered how, sitting next to the young man on the throne, they discussed important things, and how he was truly cozy with him. That is why he was so surprised when he heard that he allegedly planned a rebellion. He could not believe it. Such just could not happen. The news heard seemed to knock the earth out of his feet, and the monarch was simply frozen from surprise, unable to say a word. Giggins conveyed this news to him, and he could not ignore the words of such a respectable person. Under the pretext of decline, the king pressed on Diljukai. In fact, somewhere in the depths of his soul, he was not abandoned. If the uprising really happened, if he had not thought about it, everything would have happened completely differently. The old king realized that at that moment, he was just scared. Sitting on his throne in Gordy's loneliness, he leaned the crumpled palm to his forehead, barely touching the crown. Dilyak was known for his talent and ability to manage others. He had everything he needed for success. In other words, he had all the features of a true ruler. If he raised the riot, many people would support him. Looking at a glass, a half, drink, the old man began to apologize. He called himself a weak king, but the one who addressed these words would never hear them. He realized that Diljak's expulsion was his mistake and a manifestation of his own weakness. At the same time, but elsewhere. It was clear outside, and sunlight was gently pouring on a wooden roof of the house. The young child looked carefully at a glass of water in her hand and asked herself if she would really be able to drink so much water. In her eyes, a genuine passion for such a simple and everyday thing glowed. The girl with a bright smile approached the young man, thanked the area, and he nodded in response. She can drink this water as much as she wants. Now they had more than enough. He even made a well for them. For the girl, it was the first time she saw a well of this shape. Now you do not need to pull the bucket from the depth. It was only necessary to press the handle, and the water began to pour directly into the bucket from the tap. This is all possible due to the alchemistry of Cindy. The guy retreated a little, with a gesture of his hand showing direction. The girl, who was discussed earlier, smiled happy and laughed quietly. One of the peasants who was nearby called Cindy to tell her about Mr. Diliac's exploits. The girl woke up instantly, ran to them, and said she wanted to hear this story to the smallest detail. Diliac sincerely cheered. A soft, beautiful smile appeared on his face, and his eyes laughed so that they seemed semi-fastened, like a crescent. Water is needed for agricultural life, so it has to improve people's lives in 10mo. He gave them what they needed so much, and now happy residents with buckets filled with water stood together and talked with each other. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the panel, from which the hero shuddered and surprised. Cindy approached him again and said that this gentleman had earned a reward. It seems that she really thought. The guy opened his skills menu to find out what's going on. The table showed that it already has 1,000 points, and now it can cause another spirit. Cindy was very interested, so she asked to do it as soon as possible. The guy was also looking forward to who would appear this time. He could not find out. He extended his palm forward and turned to the ancient spirit, urging him to go through time and appear before him. At that moment, his hand illuminated the bright light. He fulfilled the order of the ancient, and a large cloud of dust or steam rose to the side, forming a small whirlwind in the center. When the dust dispelled, a girl with long hair in the dress to the floor was visible. She lifted her head, and her big, beautiful eyes looked straight at him. Diljuk opened his eyes with surprise. He froze in shock, as if he recognized the girl standing in front of him. They went to the forest to find out why the water disappeared. There they managed to defeat the stone golem, which blocked the free flow of water. The water was returned to the village, and the residents now enjoy using a new water column. He finally managed to accumulate 1,000 points. He reasoned who to call the next. He was filled with admiration from such a moment, and he could no longer wait. He extended his palm forward, full of desire to find out right now. Calling the ancients, he saw a girl with long black hair, who sat in the sand in the smoke cloud. It had a long dress, and we were near it. The hero and Cindy were immediately recognized. The girl looked away from the ground. A girl named Alice appeared in front of them. Her white dress to the floor was somewhat reminiscent of military uniform, and on his belt hung a light piece of fabric that reached the knee. Seeing the dew in front of her, she shuddered a little with surprise. The girl, shyly and with a slight stutter, said she was very glad to acquaint. The guy was filming with such greetings. Alice clenched his fists and pressed them to her, not taking a strange look from the boy. It was evident that she was very embarrassed. The guy noticed it. He reached out and said that she should not worry at all. Then he introduced himself, calling his name Diljuk. Дівчина відвернулася і спочатку назвалася Алісою, а потім швидко виправилася і сказала, що її звати Аліція. She blushed and lowered as if she had done something wrong again. The guy reached out to her. Obviously, he wanted to shake his hand as a sign of dating. He said he was very happy to meet her. But the girl jumped immediately, grabbed her face, and lowered her hair to hide from shame. She began to make various inconvenient sounds. Cindy returned to Delia again, covered her mouth, and quietly said that Alice was ashamed of them. The guy himself also noticed this in her behavior, but it still remains a great spirit, And besides, it is perfectly prepared, so it is so nice to hear compliments to your address. The girl hugged her cheeks with her palms, trying to hide how they blushed. The guy heard about cooking and was very surprised. He thought, holding his chin, and wondered if she really had such a talent. The spirit, firmly clenching her palm, confirmed that her special talent was cooking. Hearing these words, she felt self-confidence. Her gaze changed, and she no longer hid behind restraint or tight language. The guy was very surprised when he learned that the spirit before him was a chef. She barely remembered the food as she was hungry. She closed her eyes and imagined how divine to the taste could be a dish from Alice. She took the girl by her hand and pulled her gently forward, suggested to show her abilities. Cindy felt excitement and at the same time joy. She shone with a smile and confidently led her friend forward. They had all the kitchen appliances. Cindy created them with alchemy. Alice could use everything freely to show what she was capable of. The kitchen was very clean, spacious, and had everything he needed. Alice focused, gathered her hair in a tail so that they did not interfere with her and did not get to food. She decided not to waste time and take up the case. Moving quickly and cleverly, it began to cut the lettuce leaves with a sharp knife. After she prepared the salad, she began to cut other ingredients and carefully cut each of them. The food was already warmed, and the girl stirred it gently with a small spoon. She asked for another portion in Cindy, and she immediately fulfilled her request using alchemy. The guy paid attention how Alice changed when he was cooking. As soon as they met, she was very shy and uncertain. Але під час приготування їжі діяла швидко й точно. Her shyness seemed to disappear on her own. Finally, everything was ready, and the result turned out to be great. The girl's face was visible. She is proud of her culinary efforts. She decided to treat it with fried wild boar meat, boar cheeks, wheat noodles, and chicken broth. The guy was very surprised when he saw so much food, even so appetizing. Still, he was not abandoned that she had prepared too much food for 3 people. Right in front of him were large pots, almost up to the top. The girl was getting rid of and immediately began to apologize. She confessed that she was just too fascinated. So that happened. The guy said that everything was fine. Now they have a festive table, so everything is wonderful. He looked satisfied. They decided that having so much food, it was necessary to feed the villagers. They covered a large, long table with various dishes and invited the residents to their home. Everyone looked at the ready meals that stood right in front of them. When Diljuk put his last plate, everyone turned to him and smiled warmly. One of the villagers, like a bear, put the first spoon of dish in his mouth. He and the dwarf sitting nearby, they tasted the food quite enthusiastically and did not hide their delight. They were genuinely surprised what the meat was. For him, it was the first time he tasted such a gentle dish. Cindy said the food was delicious. She ate good, smiled happily, and tasted the dish, filling his cheeks. The guy, who recently praised her culinary abilities, asked if Alice was called. He is convinced that she could open her own restaurant with such talent for cooking. The girl, a little embarrassed, confessed that she had really had her own dining room, but no one paid attention to it. Finally, Dilyak tasted her dish and immediately agreed with others. It was really delicious. The girl was sincerely glad that she liked. She stood near and watched with interest how he was eating what she had cooked. The guy has never tasted such a dish. It was incredible. Wild boar meat has a specific smell, so it is difficult to cook. But if it is fresh and blood is well demolished, it is no longer a problem to prepare it. Thanks to the freezer that made Cindy, the vegetables also remained fresh. After that, he realized that the girl loves to cook. She agreed with him. This is a really favorite activity. A little time passed, the plates were emptied, and everyone already milked their food. The guy, sitting in front of an empty plate, turned to the place where the girl stood and thanked Alicia for dinner. The guy clenched his fist and noticed that after eating his strength, he had increased. Cindy also confirmed that she was feeling the same. Alicia remained calm and was not surprised at all. She suggested that it was associated with the action of her ability. Then the guy realized, when he causes a new spirit, he also gets his strength. In his status, there was a new skill, the cooking of the first level. Thanks to her, after he prepares and eats it, his magical power is temporarily increasing. In addition, this ability increases resistance to magical attacks. The power of magic and protection against charms, a combination of such skills, is simply impressive. She is able to cook food that increases protection against magical attacks. In simple words, if it eats this dish, its magical force will intensify, and at the same time will increase resistance to magical attacks. The susceptibility to magical attacks depends on food preferences. For example, if you enjoy sharp, you better protect yourself from the fire, and if you prefer salty, then you become more resistant to the magic of air. And the guy noticed that the power of magical attack increases no matter how delicious the food was. He realized that the food increases the magical neuron and adds resistance. But the man realizes that he will never be able to cook as delicious as Alistair. The girl, holding her hand on her heart, gladly asked her to entrust her to cooking delicious food. She is very pleased to do it for him if it brings him so much happiness. Hearing these words, the guy smiled and thanked Alice. He even got a little discord. His cheeks blushed, and he touched his neck. Subsequently, the girl went outside. Looking at everything around, she felt something strange, as if she had been 4,000 years in the past. To better understand what time is now, she decided to see what products are being sold today. Departing a little from the house, she noticed something in the grass. It immediately attracted her attention. The girl suddenly felt a slight blow to her head and opened her eyes wide. One of the plants she noticed was true rice. The girl even shouted with surprise. Dilea, who came behind, wondered what rice. She looked very tired and knees her hands. She was very surprised that he did not know what rice was and screamed again. He looked at the grass she pointed to and said he always considered it a regular weed. She told that it was a great product and also delicious. Waving her hands, she so briskly gestured that her large earrings winged from side to side. It seemed that the guy could not believe that this urban plant before him could be delicious. But the girl added, "You can even make sake. This is a truly unusual product. This is a truly versatile product. There are some difficulties with agriculture in this village, so such a thing will be useful here." He asked Alice if she could grow this rice. Alice confidently replied that it was quite possible. It grows very well. It seems that this place is suitable for him, so everything should resort. When the guy asked if she could tell him how to grow this pick, the girl immediately agreed to share her knowledge. However, the guy was still hesitant, and just in case asked if it could really be eaten. Maybe if you grow a sample, he will even like it, although his face showed doubts about his own words. A little later, the girl learned to grow rice. She was already able to cook him, and treats the hero and the villagers to taste them. Diluk, a gnome, and a man, like a bear, were just delighted when they tried this cereal. It has passed some time. Diljuk and Cindy stood nearby, looking at the field in front of them. The girl was convinced that Alice fits well into the life of the village, and the hero could not argue with it after everything he saw. Food has become much delicious now, and it was an undeniable fact. He did not even realize that rice could be so delicious until he tasted it thanks to Alicia. Cindy knew from her own experience. Alice always has the most delicious food. The guy was delighted with the idea that if they managed to grow rice, then the problem with food in the village would be very easy. In addition, the village requires more money. The merchant is going to sell even more magical objects in the future. Cindy wondered if he had already met with the trade company known to them, and the hero replied that their meeting had already taken place. Since then, he has been looking for a way to make such magic glasses in large numbers. So, he decided to seek the advice of dwarves. He reported the joyful news. Today, they will visit a representative of the trading company. Cindy was very happy and offered to go to the workshop. They came to one of the houses and knocked on the door. In large doors designed for a person's height, a small door was cut from below. It was she who opened in front of the guests, and the dwarf came to them. He was genuinely rejoiced in seeing the master. The main character, along with the girl, apologized for worrying before entering. The small master just smiled and said that they have a break now, so you should not worry. Surprisingly, the workshop was very neat and clean. The girl also paid attention to this place. She is excited by a compressed fist. It turned out that gnomes have a very high level of skill in construction. They completed the work. Everything was finished a few days ago. They also prepared magical things that Diljuk asked for a piece of fabric that covered the objects. Diljuk showed them many glasses decorated with stones. They were absolutely the same as those created by Cindy. The girl looked at one of the glasses in her hand. Diljuk also noticed that there was no difference between them. Now they will definitely not have problems with trade, as it was before. The guy carefully took the box with glasses, looked carefully at all sides. He promised to thank the oppression for the well-done work. He was very pleased that he consulted with the dwarves and sincerely thanked them for their help. The 12 said that everything succeeded because he allowed them to disassemble such a good thing. They made the drawings so that it could then be made in large quantities. This time, he decided to ask the residents who will be able to find time and help with this business. He turned to the gnome with the proposal to head this work, and he quickly agreed. They really finished another interesting thing. Going to a small box, he opened it, and Diljuk saw what he asked for. In a small box lay a beautiful bracelet, in the middle of which a large stone shone. Cindy asked what it was. It turned out that this bracelet can store magical energy. It serves as a kind of storage. It is necessary to fill the bracelet with magical energy and then leave it there. Subsequently, the energy in the body will gradually recover. This was created from the nucleus of Gulum, which Diljuk won not so long ago. Thanks to this thing, the hero no longer needs to worry about magical energy costs. It was very pleased. He looked with his smile at his new find. Cindy, lifting this thing, also immediately appreciated what she was wonderful. Because he has more and more new skills, he needs to use his magic more effectively. That is why he asked to make this bracelet for him. He appealed to the dwarves to help create magical things, and they really coped with this task. It was incredible. One of the gnomes, awkward, said that it was a trifle for them. Cindy looked at the bracelet in her hands with a burning look. She called the gentleman and asked for permission to put this bracelet on him. She asked him to reach out, took his palm, and put on her a bracelet. At that moment, her face glowed with pleasure. In a moment, the bracelet on his wrist lit up, and the hero felt the magic energy began to move into the bracelet. Small Gnome explained, "When the moment comes, it is necessary to squeeze the bracelet firmly, and then all the energy will break out itself." Cindy did not resist and told everything how this bracelet was. She confessed that she would also like to have one for herself, as if he had predicted everything. The gnome showed her another same bracelet in her hand and said that they made another bracelet of the same shape. When Cindy heard it, she was delighted. However, the second bracelet was just a copy that could not keep energy in itself, although it looked almost the same. The girl was genuinely amazed. Cindy put her hand on her cheek, closed her eyes, and smiled. She extended her hand forward and asked Mr. Dillock if he could wear this bracelet, just as she did it for him. But the gnome was ahead of the hero. Without waiting for him to approach the girl, he quickly put a bracelet on her outstretched hand and immediately asked if she liked and whether it is convenient to wear. The girl was upset, wept, and asked to wait a little. She wanted Mr. Dillock, who was wearing her bracelet, did not understand this. The gnome stood confused, pulling his palm forward, and apologized that he did not guess it before. But still, he suited her. When she heard it, she smiled again and asked if she was really true. Her mood rose again, and she shone with a smile. Diljuk approached the gnome, covered his face with his palm, and quietly asked if he had such bracelets. Diljuk wanted to give them Akur and Alice. It turned out that the gnome has a few more bracelets. When Sandy heard these words, although the hero spoke quietly, she became very unfortunate. It turned out that she was not the only one who would wear such a bracelet, and he is worried that others will be unpleasant if they do not have such bracelets. After all, Mr. Diljuk was just such a person, so Cindy fell in love. Sigurd quietly, she quickly took her hands and no longer showed her sadness. But this time, Dwarf decided to adjust the size to their needs and then to personally deliver the finished thing to the hero. He sincerely thanked him for his help. The caravan of merchants was about to come. They first arrived at this place, so it was necessary to go to greet them. Cindy very much wanted to go with him, so they quickly said goodbye to the dwarf and ran out of the building. 143. No one knows how much time has passed while they were waiting, but Cindy has already started yawning. It was evident that the caravan was very late. Diljuk also noticed it. He looked back on the pocket watch. The arrows were shown 4:30 p.m. Can something happen? Diljuk began to worry, so he decided to call the Hakura. Immediately, a large white dragon appeared in front of him. He said he had to look at the surrounding area, and she understood everything right. Sitting on the back of the dragon, they flew high over the trees, looking at the terrain from above. Cindy settled behind Diljuk and twisted her head in different directions, trying to see the cart. Suddenly, she called the hero, pointing to a lonely Visa standing between the trees. He rapidly jumped from the dragon without even waiting for him to lower his paws to the ground. I turned to the driver. He asked if they had something wrong with them. He was frightened when he saw the boy in front of him and wanted to call Mr. Diljuk to tell something, but Mr. Diljuk himself already noticed everything. Because of the curtain on the front wall of the carriage, which was just behind the cart, the tip of the sword looked. His sharp blade was directed directly in the neck of a man. Diljuk was amazed. He shouted loudly, asking the one who was sitting inside who he was, and ordered him to get out of the cart immediately. The man came out as he was asked. Seeing who stands in front of him, Diljuk was very impressed. Just in front of him stood an excited octopus. He rapped something as if he was hunted, remembering that he had come to see Diluk Bello, the closest advisor to the king. The boys stood opposite each other. The hero took his sword and sent him to his boyfriend. He also pulled out a small knife and stated loudly that he had come to see Diluk Rebello. It was visible. He seemed to have lost his common sense. Cindy looked around and asked for Mr. Diljuk, whom the man was in front of them. He answered her that he was the trustee of King Aktu Giggins. It was he who drove the king out of the palace. It was he who caused all these events, and now he is wondering that this person has forgotten in this place. Kucha said that this man attacked him on the road. Meanwhile, the guy has already come off the cart, touching his feet. Now, he was not so scared, because the support was already full. After these words, Octa turned to him sharply and shouted to silence. From such anger, the carrier was very frightened, swayed back, fell to the ground, and shuddered. In his opinion, he was approached by a favorable offer. Asvilyuk, a little confused, asked what he wanted from him. He reported that the plot of the Dilyuk was forgiven. It was evident that this news did not please him at all. After these words, a short silence fell in the room. He once again told him to return to the capital because he was already pardoned. Cindy, when he heard it, looked at the interlocutor with distrustful, pressing her hand to her face. Dilyuk himself remained calm and said nothing. Akado heard that he now lives in the village among dirty people and animals. If he agrees to become his subordinates, he will be able to live in the capital again, and he will even be allowed to participate in political life. Cindy returned to her husband. She turned to him because his silence began to annoy her. After that, he answered quickly, approaching the OKDO in a dream, and ordered him to go immediately. The guy clearly hoped to hear another answer that was visible in his face. The hero is not going to become his puppet and obey all orders. Now, he himself is the head of the village of Tenma, and it cannot be forgotten. After these words, Akato became angry and then smiled nervously. Ado rapidly moved to a merchant who was still lying on the ground. With one hand, he strongly grabbed him by the scarf, and the other put the blade of the sword directly to the face, leaving a deep scratch on the cheek. Ado, with a cold determination, asked the hero whether he really believed that he had a choice. If he refuses this merchant, then everything is over, and the answer must be given quickly. At the same moment, when Acelight seemed like luck on his side, a large black shadow was growing in his sky, which was slowly approaching him. The guy shuddered, feeling strange, and asked what his creature. Suddenly, a voice came from heaven, that she said that she had heard everything from heaven, and just would not leave it. Suddenly, a huge winged creature emerged from the sky. She grabbed the merchant by her clothes and lifted him high up, away from the lost octopus. The merchant was still afraid, but still thanked her. She, in response, said that the main thing is that he was whole and unharmed. The hero smiled and thanked Kakui for his help in this situation. Octo asked that it was a monster and is not a new kind of demon. Delia replied that she was not a demon, but his girlfriend, and appeared here thanks to his ability. Octo was very surprised when he heard it, and with distrust of the same skill. He shouted that his worthless ability had never worked. He considered himself unworthy and came from a poor family. He remembered well what a merchant was before. He listened to all the insults in silence, without taking his gaze from the Akdo. Akko rejected his small knife and said that no matter how Dilyak he was calling for the help of friends, he would still remain a small figure. Apsfrad pulled a longer sword and targeted the edge right at the hero. It was visible that he was set to fight. He added that the hero himself could do nothing. The land agrees that he may be too often relied on his friends. Looking back, he saw them and smiled. But nevertheless, it was the call of magical creatures that was his main power. At that moment, magic enveloped him from head to feet. Corrado could not understand where this flame came from and what it was magic. Why did this fire cover the body and weapons of Diljuk? The hero stems forward to Akato, raising his sword and preparing to strike the first blow. His opponent is completely confused and simply standing stationary, having been surprised. The hero sharply shortened the distance to the enemy, swung, and the blade of his sword was at the enemy's neck. From fear, he immediately released his weapon, and she fell to the ground. He stepped back, fell to the ground, and looked at Diljuk. It was difficult for him to believe what was happening. Fear and panic were clearly read on his face. He breathed frequently, and his face was red. Diljuk reached forward with his open palm and said he would connect him now. He used the alchemical transformation skill. On all sides, the roots of the nearby trees rushed to the guy, quickly wearing it and not leaving. He was instantly tied so that he could not even move. Soon, the Higgins family will notice his disappearance and go in search. He left the associated man behind and moved to his friends. He approached the merchant and apologized for drawing him into such an unpleasant situation. However, they need to rush to the village, and the merchant has completely agreed. He was still confused after what he saw, so he said a little. Cindy turned to the gentleman with delight and said that he was a real hero in this battle. She promised to stay with him forever. From the admiration of her mentor around her, hearts flew. He smiled and thanked her. He looked at the visa and noticed that he was damaged. They needed to repair him and go to the city. Cindy suggested that she do it. She came to the cart and began to repair it with magic. Diluk could not understand only one. Why was Octo found here? He was convinced that the king would not let him go from the palace just. The whole situation seemed strange to him. The horse raced with a gallop, stamped loudly. Diluk heard this noise and asked what it was for sound. Looking back, he noticed a white horse where a man was in shape. The arms, which he already recognized from previous meetings, hung on the saddle. Before him stood the royal rider. He asked what he was doing here. The young guy asked if this man was Mr. Diluk. The officer himself looked confused. He explained that by order of the king, he was looking for Mr. Aktu. Diluk looked at the guy after his words. He pointed his finger on Giggins, who was sitting away, and explained that he was tied because he attacked a civilian. The officer was amazed, because the offender had already escaped from a mansion. When he heard this news, it began to reach what was really going on. The guy climbed out of the horse and approached Mr. Batulalau. He said he got orders to send him back to the capital. He also showed him a letter stating that Octo Giggins was released from the post of assistant king from the post of assistant. The removal period was extended for another 2 months, and the decisions on punishment will be made later. The officer's words of release and punishment made a strong impression on the act. He was convinced that his father would never allow him to do with him, but it turned out that they received permission from the Duke of Giggins. In addition, they had a written confirmation, so he asked not to resist and quietly go with them. Diluk conveyed all the cases of the officer, who thanked him. After that, the officer approached the associated man to lift him. By this point, Cindy has already repaired the cart and went to the hero. He thanked her and said that it was now time to return to the village. While the merchant was talking to the officer, he had already managed to sit on the dragon and watched others. Cindy and the hero, talking soap and smiling, went to them. Akauto, watching all this, shouted Diluk to wait. The officer who tried to grab him lost because he was skillfully evaded. He shouted the hero so that he would not even think that it was the end. But the hero did not listen to him. Diljuk, standing next to the dragon, stroked him gently and smiled, despite the cries. It became angry with the edge. His face became pale. From anger, he firmly clasped his teeth and began to beat his fists on the ground, swearing loudly. The month has passed. In the village of Tenma, everything returned to the usual life. The peasants did their own affairs. The dwarf came out of his workshop, holding a box in his hands, and greeted the bear man. The woman, along with her children, was picking up water from the pump, filling the jug. Two of them have fun watching the smallest trying to help adults by transferring their share of water. Diluk and Cindy were in the room when suddenly someone knocked on the door. They invited the guests to go inside. It was a merchant Serge, whom they already knew thanks to the trading company Klen. He greeted Mr. Diluk, and the hero also answered Serge's greetings and noticed that the wound on his face was already healed. Serge said that all this became possible thanks to him. He was glad that after that event he increased the protection in the area. However, the hero still felt uncomfortable because of the incident and apologized. He added that if he has to participate in the similar again, he will not be alone. The heart gladly informed that the magical glasses he gave were bought up immediately by all buyers. Magic tools have become even more. The hero liked this news. Sergei could not believe that he had transformed service into a real business. Thanks to his efforts, they now have great results and high sales. He hopes to continue to cooperate with mail trading. The merchant was already going to go and bowed goodbye, but Diluk stopped him and asked to wait. Smiling, he asked Serg if he would like to have a snack before the long road from the village. A little later, for a delay, the waiter put a plate with a dish. South Africa was still coming from hot food. For the first time, Serge saw such a dish and asked what it was. Diluk replied that she had prepared the best chef in Tenem, showing Alice standing nearby. The girl, ashamed through such words, said it was a special pilaf. Today's dish is made of deer meat, rice, and sweet spices. For pilaf rice, boiled with a little water so that it is crumbly, and the newly collected carrots are fried in oil and added to the dish. The merchant heard about rice for the first time in life, so he was very surprised. Lifting the spoon, he scored a little dish and said that he would, of course, taste it. Sergei scored a spoon from the plate and lifted it to his mouth to taste. At the same moment, it seemed to pierce lightning. The taste simply struck it. He looked at his plate and exclaimed the incredible taste. Sergei could not understand why this rice was so delicious. Deljuk said that all the ingredients for this dish are grown on their earth. The merchant turned to Mr. Diljuk because he was interested in rice and seasonings for the dish. He wondered if Maple Trading could sell it. The dish was so delicious that he himself wanted to leave it. The hero did not deny, but asked him to be sold with a mandatory instruction of the place where he was made. He wants to create his own brand. He also sat at the table next to the merchant, and they began to discuss this idea. Soon, Cindy talked to the dwarf, holding some documents in her hands. Three of the girls, familiar to me, fussed on the field, collecting the crop of the left. A little further, the man filled the bucket with water from the well. Looking at all of this, the merchant noticed that the village became much more lively, not as quiet as it was before. Once upon a time, everything was reminiscent of an abandoned village. At every step, there were dilapidated houses, and only bare, inanimate trees grew around. He also noticed that many different peoples now live in the village. He acknowledged that Mr. Diluk really had the talent to bring people together. Looking at everything that happened before him, he honestly acknowledged that it was not only his merit. Everyone in the village came to his aid. Looking forward to the happy villagers, he could not hold back smiles. Still, the development of tensions is just beginning. Serge is looking forward to what the village will become in the future. He promised him that very soon he would see everything with his own eyes. At this time, in the neighboring town, Rosas was engaged in their daily matters. One young man asked a friend if he heard that news about neighboring lands. It turned out that significant changes and development have recently begun there. The interlocutor mentioned that once this land was poor and he was interested in how they managed to change it all. The fair-haired man replied that everything became possible due to their new lord. The owner will soon change in the city of Rosas. It would be good if this place became the same as the Tenmai village now. On a visa to which 2 horses were harnessed, they loaded different goods. Not far from him, the merchant, along with Diljuk, stood and talked about something. They put a cart with vegetables, bags with cereals, boxes with glass and other things. They have already accepted a new batch of goods. The merchant, as always, sincerely thanked Mr. Diljuk. As always, he has a full vegetable and a great reputation. He sincerely appreciated it all. In addition, he was very impressed with the talent of the hero. Suddenly, he remembered that he had once heard rumors about it. He wondered if they really expanded their possessions. The Dilliant confirmed that this is true, but it has recently happened. Thanks to the convincing words of the king, the guestry of his land has expanded significantly. It happened because there was no one in the area who could become the ruler. In addition, in the village, Tenma always prevails peace and order. The merchant wondered how far his influence. The hero gladly reported that his possession in the forests and near the water is already extending to the city of Rose. It was really a huge territory. Hearing about the Rose, the merchant thought for a moment and ran his chin. Diluk immediately paid attention to his behavior and asked if everything was fine, or maybe something was wrong. In fact, a few days ago, Serge accidentally heard a very interesting conversation. He came closer to the hero, covered his face with his palm, and whispered to his ear, which Akagoto became the head of the city, the boundaries of which touches the new possessions of the hero. The hero was very surprised when he learned of his participation in this case. His eyes expanded from surprise. The merchant thought that for him, the faceless, this is not a problem. However, he still decided to warn him about it, just in case. After telling everything he knew, Serge with his hand bowed to the hero and said goodbye to him. The hero also said goodbye, promising to meet again. As soon as the merchant left, he clenched his chin with his fingers, and thought, completely plunged into his thoughts. Usually aristocrats that are expelled from the central part of the country are sent to the villages. The Duke of Giggins apparently believed that it was a chance for him to change his reputation. He remembered the event that had happened for a long time. Higgins, crowded with rage and the desire for revenge, appeared in his memory. If he thought again, the village of Tenma may be at risk. He decided to tell his friends about it. When Cindy heard such news, she screamed with surprise. The girl was immediately wondered if the Akdov became the owner of the neighboring city of Rosas. The girl very much wanted to fight. She was already coping to hit him in her neck and asked for permission to do so. The hero stopped her, holding her shoulder firmly. He asked Cindy to calm down and assured that the situation was not so scary. Hearing it, she was a little confused and looked at him in surprise. He pulled out the map and unfolded it on the table. After holding his finger in the territories, he explained that the present lands bordered with the Rose through the forest, but it is better to remain careful. Now the order is monitored here, but with such a large space, they do not cope. Moreover, the bears themselves are very little. Even if they are attacked, he wants to be ready for it. He thought about the journey to his new possessions. When it is not in the village, it often reposes the gnome Devado. He wanted to say something Cindy, but she quickly replied that he wanted to go with him too. He did not argue with her and said that in this case they went to the forest. She agreed with it. It has passed some time. In the dense forest, several people were confidently stepping forward. Cindy and Diljuk looked around. The hero noticed that there were not many Mayams, but for some reason, all the monsters were fully around. If Okta decides to attack, it will be easy to hide, but just in case, he suggested to place the traps nearby. The characters leaned and aligned the traps, gently laying them on the ground. Along with them, Cindy spells, creating the same nets with the help of alchemical magic. Together, they pulled the ropes, attaching the nets to the nearest trees. The girl is very tired. She sat down on the ground and began to complain that this forest was too large. It was simply impossible to go through it. The hero wondered that this territory extends to the sea. He understood that they simply would not have enough time and effort to fulfill everything. He heard a short signal and shuddered. I immediately discovered his characteristics to check what happened. He noticed that his experience reached 1,000 points again, and he could accumulate them. This may have happened due to the successful sale of magical tools when expanding their possessions. It would be great to get a spirit that has protective skills and knows a lot. Cindy could not wait for this moment. She clenched his fists and gladly watched from his back. The guy fully supported the girl. He went a little forward, leaving her behind, and reached out. He made a spell to cause an ancient spirit that would overcome time and appeared before him. Magic was circling around him, as if the whirlpool rose in the air and focused next to him at a moment when he called the ancient times. Suddenly, a girl with long, light hair appeared on the place where all the strength of the blow hit. She sat sideways, leaning on her knee with one hand and touching the ground with the other. Slowly lifting her head, the girl still looked uncertainly and fuzzy. The hero froze for a moment, looking at the girl in front of him. He stood with his mouth open, staring at the spirit dressed in a short jacket and pants that resemble a little military uniform. There was a necklace on the girl's neck, which was thrown on the collar. The girl finally rose from the ground and looked directly at the hero. She said she was a great honor for her to be called. Then she introduced herself. Her name is Carrot Sandy. After these words, the girl smiled so sincerely and wide that even her eyes disappeared at that smile. The man approached her closer and said that he was very glad. He thanked her for responding to his call. Then he introduced himself. His name is Diljuk, and did it a little uncertain. She decided to contact him, Mr. Diljuk. The girl began to look around and ask what it was for a place, because she had not yet recognized him. Then he told her that it was a village of Tenma, which has existed for 4,000 years. Carrot was surprised to learn that it had been 4,000 years old. She immediately realized that she had been in the future. Smiling, the girl sincerely confessed that she was very useful to come in handy. They shook their hands. He thanked her and said he would continue to rely on her help. She answered him the same. It was mutual. Cindy ran to her longtime girlfriend, exclaiming how long they had not seen. The girl also called Cindy, noticing that, as always, full of energy. Cindy told her she had come just on time. She and the hero looked at her in surprise. Initially, the guy did not understand what time was talking about. After that, he came to understand, and he remembered what they did before. Then he wondered if everything could be corrected. The girl inspired his fist, dreaming of demonstrating her strength. But even before she managed to say something, there was a formidable gut nearby. Looking at, they noticed at least 3 creatures similar to the wolves, but at the same time, their bodies were reminiscent of human. They moved strangely, as if unusual for the usual animals. The monsters watched the people who came out of the forest and approached them. Seeing the monsters, Diljuk immediately grabbed the handle of the sword, which hung on his belt. Looking around, they noticed that they were not surrounded on all sides. The guy was a little nervous and thought out how much they could be nearby. He still did not understand how to deal with this situation. Carrot shouted by the hero, asking her to entrust her. She boldly went forward, and he stayed behind and looked after her surprise. She confidently realized that she had come just on time. Taking his hammer in his hands, in which the stone was fixed in the metal, she easily tapped it on the palm of the back. If these monsters plan to attack, then they should act together. When she hit her palm on the hammer, he suddenly increased. From a small instrument, he turned into a huge hammer, like a sledgehammer, but remained in the form of a hammer. She jumped sharply and hit the ground with her round weapons. At the same moment, strange circular waves began to diverge from the scene, slowly spreading further deep into the forest. When the waves suddenly began to quarrel with each other, the guy looked around in surprise. He did not understand what had happened, so he asked Carrot. He looked away and shuddered. Two monsters raced just on them without even thinking to stop. It turned out that there were many more on all sides. At least 6 monsters went straight to the Trinity, gradually surrounding them. The guy and Cindy looked very worried. He clenched the sword firmly with both hands, preparing to defend himself. One of the monsters with a laid tongue already got closer when suddenly his paw collapsed in a trap that was not there before. It originated from the air. The next 3 monsters also got into the traps that Sandy placed. Their front paws were caught in latch. None of the monsters could reach them. They were already lying on the ground and moaning with pain. The guy was delighted with her ability. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that it was just incredible to stop everyone at once. Sandy smiled happy and said that she coped well. Her abilities allowed her to create traps. It instantly creates traps through its magic. She helps her with a small hammer. When it sets traps, it reproduces their magical structure, which she once studied in detail. To avoid no one noticing them, it uses magic that hide traps from prying eyes. The guy finally realized why he did not see anything around from the very beginning. Only when the monsters are trapped did they become noticeable. She gladly said that for her, as a thinker, it was a real compliment. He did not even notice her trap. He will not be able to stop the trap until it completely understands its structure. This is how her skills work. The guy, passionate about this amazing skill, suddenly grabbed the girl behind his palm. A bright smile shone on his face. The cheeks were slightly red with excitement. It was the perfect sense of security. Behind them, Cindy saw this scene and barely held back envy. "Are you surprised?" The carrot asked him if he wanted to protect something right now. Perhaps that is why he is so passionate about this moment. The man sighed and said that he was the owner of these lands. He explained that these lands are gradually developing, so it is quite natural for him to protect them. But lately, their lands have expanded significantly. He really wants to be prepared for possible attacks by monsters or strangers. The girl looked at him confidently and said that she then suits this role. Cindy immediately became between them, turned to the hero and said he was right. In her opinion, Carrot is a really wonderful person. She said that in ancient times, this girl brought a giant castle in the village of Tenme. The building was very high and had a complex structure. All the towers of the castle were different in shape, and there were not only cylindrical ones among them. The guy asked if she was building this castle in Tenem. In fact, he first heard about such a building in their village. The girl was a little discord. She stretched her hands forward as if she wanted to get away. She insisted that she really did nothing so great. Cindy noticed that the girl was starting to be ashamed, so she decided to show her a little. The carrot decided not to keep up and told the hero that Cindy was a royal alchemist. She created charming objects for the royal family. According to her, even in the past, it was called an alchemist with 10. The guy looked in surprise at Cindy, who laughed and asked if it was true. He did not know anything about it and heard for the first time only today. A little embarrassed, the girl replied that she considered it not to be sweet, so she did not tell him. Once upon a time, the village of Tenma has remained in the past. In those ancient times, the king ruled, and the inhabitants created their unique culture. However, nevertheless, people lived in harmony and peace. Speaking of the castle, it was very important for the village in those days. The Ten Boma Castle became a symbol and a protective center for residents. Due to the fact that it was guarded, the Tenma could grow and develop quietly. No one interfered with it. After learning that the castle is the main destination, the guy immediately came up with a wonderful plan. Once upon a time, this castle was built to protect people. It was here that culture and civilization were born. He asked the girls if it was possible to build the same old castle now. Cindy looked at Mr. Diliac with interest, who thought and plunged into his thoughts at that moment. Now the village on May 10th needs a lot of protection. If they manage to rebuild that ancient castle, he believes that the village will become even better than it was before. Thinking about this beautiful future, the guy clenched his fists. He has become very serious because he sincerely dreams of seeing that civilization with his own eyes. He reached out to the bag that hung on his belt. After removing the map from there, he unfolded it in front of all, including Carrot. Carrot looked at the map and asked whether the marked area was the same 10 miles in which they are now. The guy confirmed it. It turned out that the terrain has not changed since ancient times. She participated in construction. She said that the plan should be changed according to the current situation in the village. But despite all this, she is sure that she will be able to reproduce everything as before. In her eyes, sincerity glowed, and the words sounded convincing and did not raise any doubt. Cindy gladly said that she also wanted to help her and suggested to do it together. The young man, inspired by the found solution to their problem, sincerely thanked his friends. His joy was no limits. While three were looking at each other, he said that in this case, it is necessary to take up the construction of the castle immediately. At the same time, in the city of Rosas. Now, his streets look empty. More recently, everything was different. Previously, crowds of people went these lanes. Two familiar guys met here again. Last time they discussed a village that was nearby. And now, news has emerged. Trade and agricultural products from the village stopped. One of them could not understand why it happened so suddenly. It turned out that it was an order from a new owner. Now only those trading guilds, officially recognized by Lord, have the right to trade in the city. When Blondin told it, he looked tense and frightened. The guy in the hat was literally frightened and did not understand how it could all happen. Blondin saw a plate nailed to the ground on the side. His face was filled with horror, and he told a friend in the hat to carefully monitor her. The sign said that taxes were increased again. The dissatisfied resident did not understand how much prices could be raised. He did not like what was happening at all, so he shouted. Blondin trembled from rage. It was only worth this horrible lord to appear in their lands, as it all got worse. His friend is scared. He lifted his finger to his lips, asking a friend to speak quieter because they can be heard, and then they will be punished. The guy was worried about his friend. They did not understand what was happening in this city, the same time, but elsewhere. The office included a man in a business suit with long black hair. He reported that residents provided information on trade and tax rates and added that things were going well. The young gentleman at the table was Accardo. He returned to a man with a brilliant smile on his face. Hearing this news, he was filled with joy and excitement. The power he received blinded him. He was now convinced that he was managing this city, and then he was thinking of becoming the ruler of the village of Tenma, which is now managed by Dilguk. Two familiar guys from the bear tribe opened a huge steel gate and went to the village. In their hands, they had spears, and the head of the settlement reported that the patrol had already been completed. Dilzuk smiled. He thanked everyone for their work. He was approached by a bear with dark wool and reported good news. Their lands have now become much safer than before. All this was possible due to the large and strong stone walls that stood around. And also, an important role was played by water channels that went close to the walls, preventing anyone from reaching them outside. Thanks to the safety measures that Keret introduced, the MA village has become much safer. On all sides, the village is now surrounded by a tall wall with a moat that reliably protects the entire territory. The girl winked with the hero and said that she was very easy to accomplish this task thanks to her abilities. Noticing how she comes to him from behind, the hero turned to her. Keret has a unique ability to create traps. She uses her magic to build them. In ancient times, Keret was a master of traps and a wonderful builder. The girl was happy because soon they will be able to start building a castle. So far, they had only a wall and a ditch, but they left a little before the real beginning. Now their task is to reproduce the ancient Ten Castle. It was a really great place, so it will not be easy to handle it. One of the men from the bear tribe said it was too difficult to build on their own. They also wanted to support her in this difficult business. He looked very inspired and sincerely sought to help. The girl thought, scratched her chin and agreed. That's really, the more people, the easier and faster it will be to cope with work. Thanks to hard work, people from the bear tribe are completely coped with the most difficult tasks. The girl thanked everyone for responding to help recovering the castle. The characters thought for a moment. Everyone plunged into their thoughts. Now the bears were their warriors. They not only guarded Tenvam, but also constantly prepared for fighting. The bears practiced in fencing with a spear and performing various exercises to become even stronger. Diluk thought they took up too much things. With so much work, it should be very difficult. And they also want to help with the construction of the castle. The protagonist invited everyone present to call a new spirit with the help of his ability. Було б ще краще, якби учасників було більше. Two standing next to him returned to his direction, listening carefully to his proposal. Diljuk opened his status window and considered the information carefully. He saw that he had already collected 800 points from the right 1,000. There is very little left to reach the goal. Today, he decided to make every effort, and after that, he will be able to call another spirit to help others and make them easier for them. Carrots asked in surprise whether it was so hurried to rush with this issue. The hero, with a smile, replied that in general, you can do everything and not so hasty. He sincerely seeks to do everything possible for his village. Therefore, he is constantly in a hurry and tries to do any business as soon as possible. The girl smiled, hearing his words. She sincerely told him that she considers him a true, great master. A little time passed, and Kimself's business began to take many things. He used to use alchemy with Cindy to create charming glasses to sell at Map Trading Company. Sometimes he helped a familiar family to collect water from the pump, filling the jug for them while the children watched him. Together with Carrots, he used her skills to put traps and protect his lands nearby. Sometimes he went to the kitchen and helped Alice cook, stirring the ingredients. He also often came to training men from the bear tribe, watched their exercises, and helped them during classes. Suddenly, he heard a signal and rejoiced. He immediately opened the window with his status and saw that he finally collected the right number of points. Now, he has exactly 1,000. Departing from those who engaged in training, he pulled his hand forward. Everyone immediately realized that they would see the performance of Mr. Dilyuk's reception. Some of them saw it for the first time, so he was happy. At that moment, the main character himself thought who would appear before him this time. It was like an interesting lottery where you never know what the case would fall. To do this, he did not say a long spell. He just turned to ancient forces immediately, and a cloud of dust climbed around him, which roared in different directions. A few magical outbreaks hit the ground between the man and the bears standing nearby. This time, the hero was genuinely surprised to see who he managed to call. Before him was a man with long grey hair and beard. It had a military uniform and a raincoat, and a sword hung on the belt. At his head, a scar was visible. The stranger called Balak and asked why he was called. The cause spirit had an indifferent and calm facial expression. His gaze was cold, not at all as other girls he called before. The spirit did not look glad because he was called. The protagonist was timidly called by a man called as Diljuk and confessed that he was very pleased with acquaintance. Suddenly, something flashed nearby, and he immediately turned his gaze to where something stirred. His eyes were wide open from surprise, but he reacted lightly. The grandfather was surprised, stood up in a fighting rack with a little bent knees, and watched the guy closely. It turned out that there was a long old sword near him. The ancient spirit attacked him with this weapon, but the hero managed to notice how the enemy swung and quickly grabbed his sword. He was able to repel the attack, using the sword as a shield and taking a shock on the blade. Men from the bear tribe were indignant. They squeezed their fists and began to shout, asking who this old man and why he attacked their leader. Everyone was annoyed and depressed. Finally, and the spirit turned his sword from the vagina and said loudly that he, Balak, would not obey the weak. If he wants to become his master, he must first show his strength, and only then will Balak agree to follow him. The protagonist is a little upset about this situation. He did not expect that the newly predicted spirit would meet him in this way, so this older really needs his strength. Balak announced that there would be a duel between them. His face was pleased, and he no longer looked as indifferent as at first when he was summoned. He seemed like he liked that the hero was able to repel his previous attack. Hearing about the duel, Diljuk froze. He stayed still and looked at his opponent with a confused look. Finally, he mastered himself. He agreed to this duel with the spirit. Grabbing the sword sleeve with both hands, he strongly sent the edge to the old man. He returned to Balak and said more confidently that he was taking his call. The three bears behind the old remained stationary and watched them closely. The spirit liked his courage. Again, removing the sword from the vagina that hung on his belt, he targeted the weapon on the hero, preparing for the duel. The spirit decided to give him an advantage, allowing the first to attack the way he desires. The protagonist immediately saw that this spirit had an incredible aura. Standing in place, he radiated a great power, as if it were pouring light. Diljuk did not look at his skill, but felt he became stronger. From the hero himself, there was a similar energy. Balak smiled, seeing how quickly the hero got together with Chi's energy. Here's what to have a talent for spells. The hero was able to master and conquer the ability of the call. The protagonist first heard about her and did not imagine who it was. He realized that the difference in their combat experience is very great. If it is not taught full during this duel, it is sure to lose the ancient spirit. Three of the bears' tribe silently watched what was happening. Some of them were already losing hope, while others felt a slight anger because of it. The hero moved his foot, trying to get comfortable, and confidently thought that he could no longer lose. He clenched the sword's arms with both hands and suddenly rushed forward. The old man pulled out his hand with his sword and paired the hero's blow, crossing their blades. Sharp blades with a shrill gnashing were rubbed one by one, while both soldiers were intensely reflected by the opponent's attacks. Finally, they repelled each other's swords away, preparing for a new attack. The man watched closely at his opponent, even not looking. He noticed that the hero had increased again, and his aura became even more powerful. Without stopping for a moment, the hero continued to move forward and attack the spirit. He was completely concentrated and fresh. His aura's power brightly enveloped the body. Subsequently, it became difficult for a man to repel. It was clearly visible in his tense face. His lips twisted, and wrinkles from tension appeared between the eyebrows. Seeing the expression on his face, and realizing that Balek became more and more difficult, the protagonist realized, "You need to act immediately, otherwise everything can go wrong." He decided to use the style of Rebello. His reception was to cut the star shadow. Pushing his feet from the ground, he rushed forward at the speed of lightning. Waging his sword to add a blow to force, he was preparing to strike another decisive blow in this battle. Diljuk swept past without even stopping. In a moment, he was behind the old man. Now they stood their backs to each other. At first glance, it seemed that the hero missed, and the old master managed to dodge. They stood still, despite each other, and not lowering their swords. In a moment, Balko stood sharply on one knee, leaving his hand into the ground. The sword slipped out of his hands and fell nearby. Despite the defeat in this duel, the old man was still smiling. He turned his head slightly, where the hero continued to stand still. Balek said it was wonderful. The stranger turned in amazement and looked at it. He was very surprised when he saw the spirit on his knees in front of him. The spirit bowed his head, expressing his respect. He acknowledged his defeat and called Diljuk a young master, as if he had accepted him as his lord. The hero, seeing this, opened his mouth wide with surprise. Diljuk, a little nervous, extended his palm forward and asked what he was doing now. He asked him to get out of his knees. Diljuk could be seen that such a situation did not like him. She put him in an inconvenient and non-existent position. The old man raised his head with a smile, looked at the protagonist, and added that his possession of Chi's energy in battle was simply impressive. The hero asked what Chi said. Then the man realized that this conversation never remained in the memory of people. Meanwhile, the bears froze in place and only watched them on the side. Grandpa explained that this is just another way of training, unlike magical power. When you master the energy of Chi, you can achieve everything. Разом із Chi зростають і фізичні можливості. After the explanations, Diljuk realized that at the beginning of their duel, he felt such a wave of strength. However, Bulk noticed that the energy of the young owner was special. He said his energy is called a stand. The protagonist wondered what a special kind of energy is. Quoted is two types, unwavering and soft. To fight the monsters, you need the most unshakable, and to curb the soft, a different approach. During the duel, the old man clearly felt that the hero was such a stable, unwavering Chi. As far as he remembers, such energy was only in the famous Zikak sword, who became a legend. Hearing about the legendary berserker Mechnik, the main character looked at the man in surprise. He said that once this sword was his student, and even surpassed him. He could not imagine that after so many years, he would meet again like him. The hero scratched the back of the back and admitted that he was not sure whether he could compare with such a prominent warrior as a berserker. The old man noticed that he was as modest as the other. They were also similar in this. He put his palm on his stomach, worshipped the hero slightly, and said that he could give him orders during the battle. The bears were still watched from the place until two people were talking about something of their own. One of the bears, who had the longest fur, still came closer and asked the men whether the spirit is really Bylek. The bear with dark fur put his paw on his chest and asked to teach them. Those standing behind him also looked confident. Diluk looked at them in surprise and silent. The bear added that the grandfather said, "Everyone can become a master if trained. It may not be possible to achieve true skill, but it is important to at least somehow help your mentor." The Balech honored Chin and thought. In his time, the people of the bear tribe were real warriors, but the one who stood before him now did not respond at all. Hearing these words from the old man, the guy twisted dissatisfied. Diljuk, standing behind the spirit, also asked Balek the same. He clearly appealed to what he was offered. The old man, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, replied that if the teacher appeals to him, he cannot refuse. He immediately warned that his workouts would be rigid. Bears will definitely be difficult. But despite this, the black man thanked the spirit for the fact that he still agreed to teach them. Looking at this, the action smiled. He was pleased that the problem was solved quickly and everyone was satisfied. Carrots came to him unnoticed. She was surprised when she saw that Balek had come. Hearing her voice, the hero turned and called her, standing a little further from others. In the meantime, Balek talked to a man. Apparently, they discussed their future training. She immediately noticed that he started training. Very soon, they will have to erect a castle. Dilyuk apologized to her because now they had fewer assistants. The protagonist told her that those who remained will always help her what they could. She reassured him, assuring that everything was fine. Then she turned to me, asking her to trust her. She seems to have her own plan. She was looking forward to the moment when the brave warriors began to protect the castle she would build. After studying with Balek and increased training, the guys from the bear tribe will become much stronger. The hero supports her opinion. He has also been waiting for this moment. The ray of the sun breaks through the clouds and illuminates part of the wall, which has recently been erected around the village. A few days later, in the coastal lands, the area here was hilly, covered with a thick forest, and quite near the noise, the seashore. The bears continue their workouts under the close supervision of a bulk. They work out the strokes again and again, repeating the same movement. Chi was born strong, so others need to become even more agile, and bulk constantly adjusts them so that they do not stop. Dale approached them. He saw how carefully everyone was training, and it caused him a smile. Bilek, noticing him, smiled and congratulated his mentor. He wondered if he also patrols the area. He explained that he decided to check this place because their possessions became larger. When Balek learned about it, he noted that it was a really good job. Turning his back to the boys from the bear tribe, his face became serious again. He calmly reported that they were fine with training. Therefore, the business of the Yuk may not worry and move on to finish its bypass. After that, he ordered the boys to take another 100 approaches of this exercise. Seeing this, the hero, with some doubt and compassion, told the boys that he probably is. After that, he finally decided to move on and reported it by Balek. He also asked him to be careful on the road. The protagonist walked the path between the trees, carefully thinking that it was necessary to monitor the monsters that could be somewhere nearby. There are many robbers in coastal areas. The authorities of the rest of the country here, Tetenham, are not reached, so they remained here. He remembered the episode from the past when they had already dealt with the bandits. Then Cindy could have been seriously injured. Squeezing the sword's hand, he realized that he should become even more careful. The light breeze broke into his face, shaking his hair. Patience is needed. The strands got into the eyes, so one eye had to cover. A light breeze was blowing from the sea. The bright rays of the sun were reflected from the water surface. Before his eyes, a beautiful landscape is surprisingly spread. He was so pretty that the protagonist did not resist and said it aloud. Walking a little more forward, he saw the harbor. Near the rocky shore was a small wooden pier made of boards. The main character moved further, gently crossing the stones. After passing the hills, he went to the harbor and went along her shore. Suddenly, he noticed a boat hidden behind a rock and headed the other way. What he saw further struck him to the depths of his soul. It seemed like something lightly flashed just before his eyes. The guy surrounded 3 men. They set his spears and swords on him, aiming just in the head. The boat he saw behind the rock was a real pirate ship and was large enough. The ship itself looked quite decent, although the sails were worn and shabby. A black flag with a dragon shown on it was attached to the flagpole, and a huge skull was covered on top. One of the pirates with blonde hair, which stood just opposite the hero, strictly asked who he was. In the air immediately stressed. The protagonist, as if not feeling fear, carefully called himself a Dilyuk and said that from now on he was a new ruler of these lands. Then he turned to the pirates and asked who they were. He did not take his eyes and looked directly into the eyes of the interlocutor. Pirate realized that in this situation, his power did not extend to the sea. He was still a young, strong physique, and severe determination was visible on his face. It was evident that something was noticeably annoyed. The pirate noted that the work of the hero is not easy. He said that together with the team, they are a pirate gang named Pterodactyli, and it was here that they have a home. When the heroes heard that pirates were in front of them, they immediately froze like stone. It seems that the flag with the skull did not tell them who they were dealing with. The second pirate sat next to the hero. He raised the spear even closer to his head and warned that it is better not to move. A smug smile played on the pirate's face. He already considered himself a winner. The protagonist noticed the edge of the spear, which was rapidly approaching his face. He caught the spear with his hand, on which there was a bracelet created for him with a gnome. Again, a protective aura spilled over the body of the hero. Pirate was surprised and asked what he was going to do next. The main character squeezed the spear in one hand and easily broke him in half. The pirate, who was still standing with the second part of the spear in his hand, shouted in surprise that he had broken the spear with his bare hands. The third pirate, in a black scarf on his head and with a frightened face, swung his sword, trying to strike the hero. Dilyuk immediately grabbed him with his arms and jerked closer to himself, holding one hand. He struck his palm with his other hand, and the weapon fell out of his fingers. The pirate looked at his trembling hand with surprise and began to swear. This situation was scared of him well. The pirate, who first started a conversation, clasped his teeth with anger and called him a damn official. He squeezed his sword with both hands and moved to the main character, loudly shouting to stop them. The protagonist did not wait for a strange weapon to touch him. He grabbed his sword and immediately knocked out the blade from the enemy's hands. Armed pirates around the main character froze on the ground. The youngest of the team turned to Blondin and asked what to do now. If they are seized now, everyone will be returned to the city. But the man reassured him, asking not to panic. He again called the hero an official and exclaimed that he really wanted to destroy their calm place, which they sought for so long. Now fear and panic were red on his face. The protagonist thought he would not be able to negotiate with them. The pirate pulled out a second sword and said he could not let him do it. He aimed his weapon on him. Looking at him, he realized that the fight would not be avoided. He rose sharply from his place and almost flew into the air, enveloped by magic. The pirate, in delight, asked if the hero was able to break up. In response, the protagonist decided to apply a careful style of sword dance at midnight. The charming energy swirled around him, wrapping his body. The pirate covered his face with his hand from the wind and did not protect himself. He didn't understand what was happening. A strong wind blows him straight into his eyes, which was why he saw almost nothing. It was at this moment that the main character decided to go on the offensive. But instead of struck by a sword, he reached forward and called Hakuri. Suddenly, the dragon appeared and began to wave his wings. She asked the gentleman if he was calling her. The pirates lifted their heads upwards and looked at a giant creature with sharp spikes on the body. The protagonist in a moment was on this creation, rising high in the air. Now he looked at the bandits majestically. All three men froze, with surprised mouth, looking at the dragon that was in the air right in front of them. In the pupils of the pirate leader, everything that happened before him was reflected. Without believing his own eyes, he asked if this was actually happening. He reached out, as if he wanted to touch this mythical creature. He did not believe that dragons really exist, but tried to accept this opinion. Lowering his head, he said that they would not be able to defeat the dragon in any way. The protagonist moves on the back of the dragon and watches the pirates from above. Suddenly, one of them, standing in the middle, waiting for death and fear, falls with a loud stroke. Seeing this, Diljuk scored in surprise. It seemed to him that pirates were no longer going to attack him. The main character descends from the dragon and jumps to the ground near them. He resists on his knees, smiles kindly, and turns to a man standing on his side, inviting to share his intentions. After that, the relationship between people improves, and the guy sits in a circle. A man lowers his eyes and begins to tell how his team became pirates. He remembers his past times and escape from the city from which it all started. He then says that the aristocrats force them to work without rest, beaten even for the slightest guilt. He remembers how he was pulling heavy boards, bags, and did another dirty work. The man adds that some of them were forced to fight for money. Before his eyes, there is a picture. There are two fighters in the ring, and around, a crowd of people who watch the duel. That is why these three men left the city and the life that was there, taking with them everything they need. The pirate remembers the dawn that he saw when he went ashore, covered with sand. He tells how they still reached the sea after long journeys, and only then could they finally live quietly without worrying about anything. The man tells that the sea became a home for them, and his comrades listen to this story silently. The protagonist looks thoughtfully and understands that that is why pirates did not seek to return to the city. Then he decides to ask the man why he lowered the sword when he saw a hacket. Hearing this question, the pirate raises his head sharply to look at the dragon and tries to answer something. But then he remembers how before they plowed the land in the city with their comrades, one of their acquaintances told them stories about dragons. Men listened to these stories with delight, causing every word carefully. Pirate told them about the legendary times when dragons lived in the world. Then peace and peace prevailed. There was neither hunger nor injustice. When Dalek heard that it was about the legendary era, he was immediately trembling. He realized that it was told about Teenum from the past. At this point, Pirate says that they went to the sea, dreaming of freedom and peace, and so this dragon became a symbol for them. But then he raises his head again and adds that all their dreams were only a fairy tale. It turned out that there is no real rest in life, and people are forced to survive, selecting wealth from wealthy. The protagonist suddenly frowns and understands that he was also depressed. During the story, the man begins to be angry, squeezes his hand into his fist, and adds that it was their revenge for all those humiliation. But Diljuk denies and says that it does not change anything because the pirates are still stolen. Then, taking seriously, he adds that they will not get off their hands so simple. But in response, the man only smiles, surprised by the stubbornness of the protagonist, and assures that he and his comrades will be able to get out of any place. Suddenly, Diljuk is sharply raising, as if he were going to say something. He asks pirates if they will agree to conclude an agreement with a 10M if such an opportunity arises. These words are very surprised by a man. His eyes open and the pupils narrow from surprise. The protagonist tells that he wants to hire pirates in his village, and this decision leads three men in a real shock. But the land still does not stop. He explains that he needs their work and knowledge of the sea. In exchange for this, he promises stable earnings and housing, without removing a confident, friendly smile. The man carefully replies that they can, of course, share information about the sea and decide to ask why he needed it. The protagonist recalls what pirates said a few minutes ago and says that if they really meant it, then their dream is the same as he had. Hearing this, the man immediately scolded and asked what was meant by the fact that they have the same dream. Diljuk explains that the legendary era, which was talked about, once existed in 10. He says he is trying to revive this day now. The man suddenly broke into a cry, asking whether the protagonist really wants to return these times, and immediately added that it is impossible to do it now. But the hero did not answer him anything. He just smiled confidently. He compresses his fist and says that due to his abilities, can cause ancient creatures. Together with them, he wants to return this arrow. Dilip turns to a man, reaches out his hand, and again asks whether pirates will help him. He looks stunned at the hero's hand and fades for a few seconds. The man is still looking at Dilyak and thinks that he showed nothing to them, but only offered cooperation. But then he remembers that they were constantly oppressed before. Seeing how the main character reached out to them, the help of help, unlike others, he firmly squeezes his palm into his fist. Pirates are looking together, preparing to make an important decision. After that, the man climbs on his feet, resting on his knees, and resembles a hero, which seemed like Dilev. At the same time, the pirate extends his hand and asks with full confidence whether he will help him. The main character is surprised to open his eyes in response to such a reaction. Then the man explains that they also want to see this era, although they understand that it may sound a bit bold. Hearing this, Diluk also reaches out his hand and says he is ready to trust the pirates. After these words, the boys press their hands firmly. The protagonist and pirates press each other's hands, looking straight into the eyes, and two other pirates watch it with a smile. It passes some time. Former pirates gradually begin to turn everything they stole. In addition, as they promised, they shared information about sea, showing everything on the map. Their knowledge was truly useful. They talked about safety measures, different types of fish, and other similar things. And then the pirates did what no one expected from them. A crowd gathered near the sea to look at their work. The protagonist looks at the big, beautiful ship floating on the sea. At the same moment, Cindy raises his hands to the face, squeezes them into his cams, and fades away. The Diluk is wondering if this Tenim ship is intended. The man nods and adds that the Tenma fishing vessel is already in front of them. The protagonist translates his views on the flag and sees on him the coat of arms of the Rebello family, a crescent and a dragon. He is amazed at how the boys succeeded. Diluk returns to the man and thanks him, addressing him as Captain Dodor. He is a little embarrassed and replies that in such a situation, it is impossible to hang a pirate flag. Alice shines with joy and imagines how much they can catch on this ship. She calls it a true fairy tale. The protagonist heard this opinion and immediately suggested going to the fisherman right now. After that, Comrade Didor leaves the crowd and tells him that he will now lower the ladder. Finally, Deluxe Feet steps on the deck of this big ship. It rests on board and, looking down, enjoys the fresh wind. At this point, Cindy stands nearby, looks at the main character, and corrects his hair. On the other hand, the ship's joyful Alice, together with the dwarf, talk to the bear while the autumn leaves circle around. At the same moment, the Dodor's comrades pull ropes to lift the sails without bringing his eyes off his captain. Dodor controls the helm, but suddenly turns to friends and tells them a few invigorating words. He then tells everyone that they go on the road, and the ship slowly floats through small waves, and the boys watch it closely. The first sunlight is gently illuminated by the ship, as if blessing it on the road. 3 companions rotate to the rest to see their reaction. In response, they also come back, wring their foreheads, and eventually begin to rejoice with complete confidence. The main character joins them. From last, he calms down, and the ship begins to swim further and calmer. Cindy and Alice approach the railings and delight in the seawater, and the add-on watch them. He returns to his companions and asks if these girls are ancient spirits. Those in response say that it looks like it is. The captain looks at Diljuk, remembering that he always invites special people, and thinks that with his skills, jokes are inappropriate. Shinji approaches them suddenly and apologizes for being disturbed. She decides to ask if they will fish in the high seas, and the passionate Dodor is happy to reply that yes. He then adds that because of the weather, it is better to swim a little more, and she thanks him with a smile. The captain is a little embarrassed and says Cindy should not be polite with criminals like them. But suddenly, she wonders and adds that she heard that they began to behave better. Dodor lowers his eyes and admits that they are not used to when they are treated as if they are equal. Hearing this, the girl smiles again, closes her eyes, and sincerely moves such an answer. But she returns to men and assures them that in Tenem, they will quickly get used to everything. Cindy says that the main goal of the master is to create a place where everyone will be happy. She emphasizes that absolutely everyone will be happy without any exception. Initially, the captain and his comrades were surprised to hear, but later smiled, believing the words of the girl. When she came to the board of the ship, Dodori gladly suggested caught fish to please the Tenma residents. Suddenly, Cindy turns to the hero, forcing him to return and get away from learning. She asks if he feels something, and he, in response, says that this business is almost indistinguishable from the search for monsters. The division closes the eyes and tries to focus. He seeks to feel the sea as if he was scanned at great depth. Suddenly, the protagonist opens his eyes, points his finger down the girl, and says, "There is a lot of fish." Seeing this, Cindy begins to clap his palm and take a passionate look at his skills. After that, it is approached by the gnome and reports that the charming device is ready. The girl immediately thinks about him. She shows the fishing tool and calls it her charming net, such as she closes as soon as the fish gets into it. She adds that she made the trap even more, to catch as much prey as possible. The main character rejoices in such a news and sincerely thanks her for it. In response, Cindy raises her hand to the face and with a smile assures that she is ready to do anything she wants for Mr. Diliuk. She then decides that it is worth restarting the network quickly. But when it turns, he notices that Alice is already doing it. It is so surprising that the girl apologizes and confesses. She just couldn't wait anymore. Cindy approaches his place with a smile on his face and confesses that when it comes to food, she simply cannot stay. She joins Alice to help, and Alice begins to laugh with her. The girl begins to lower the net into the water, saying that they will be able to catch a lot of fish. Suddenly, the protagonist feels something very familiar, and this immediately changes the expression of his face. At the same time, he returns to the girls and screams loudly to stop. Suddenly, Alice hears a strange noise. In her eyes, there is fear, and she thinks, "What is the sound?" Both girls suddenly notice that their grid broke, and some of it began to fall to the bottom. It is alarming Dilyuk, and he states that there is definitely someone under the ship. Hearing this, Doditi is also alert and begins to guess who it can be. Suddenly, a huge monster emerges from the water, and the boys immediately recognize the sea monster. He has a long horn on his forehead, and large canines and many sharp teeth look from the mouth. Long hair falls on his shoulders, giving true horror. When Dil Uyu sees a monster, he gets a little shrewd. He opens a little in surprise, his pupils narrow, and his eyes expand from fear. The protagonist tells that he once went ashore, which later became their territory. There he was waiting for a flock of pirates under the leadership of a harsh Dodri who did not look friendly at all. However, their dreams of ancient civilization were very similar, so they decided to join efforts for the future Tenma. Then Dilyuk said that they then received a ship from pirates, and he became their fishing vessel. Since then, the boys went out to catch fish. Sieged, Cindy and Alice return to the hero, hoping to hear what to do next. But he is still looking overboard and cannot believe that they really faced a sea monster. At this point, the monster rises a little and goes closer to the ship to attack him. Then it screams loudly, showing sharp fangs and teeth. At the same time, the monster rapidly rushes to the ship. From the impact, the ship begins to shake from side to side, and the hero, along with Cindy, barely manages to stay on his feet. Suddenly, Dodor, having grabbed the mast, begins to shout to Diliak about this monster. She says that his name is Todusa, and it is rumored to crack the ships with his own horn. At this point, the monster sea is again preparing to attack the ship. Seeing this, Diluc realizes that you need to distract the monster from the ship as soon as possible. The hero understands that the battle with a monster in the middle of the sea will surely damage the ship, so he begins to look for a way out. After a short reflection, he raises his hand up and decides to call a Hakura. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in the sky near the ship. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the monster, and he was distracted from the attack. The Dodor's comrades were very surprised to see Hakureya. The captain himself recognized the same dragon that appeared during their battle with the hero. At this point, the dragon is a little closer so that the jug can grasp him. The protagonist does so, and then with the Hakura, rise high into the sky, pulling his sword. Seeing this, Cindy, standing nearby, immediately frowned and asked what he conceived. The dragon takes off from the ship, and Dilyuk begins to shout at the monster, urging him to chase them. When the monster begins to swim simply on them, the main character replies loudly, shouting that he will do a Tonoza. At this point, the girl understands that the Yuk's business specifically distracts the monster to protect the ship and everyone else. The main character watched the monster continues to swim behind him. He thought that he would be able to lure him even further. Suddenly, he turns to Kachuzu and asks if it is possible to approach the water. He allows him to do it. The dragon falls rapidly, and the monster, noticing it, prepares for battle. The main character comes closer, holding the sword in front of him, and there is an unusual aura around him. Cindy suddenly realizes that it is not ordinary magic, and begins to suspect that he is using something else. Diljuk hears her words and agrees mentally, because this is the key. When less than a meter remains between him and the monster, he targets the sword directly at the monster and strikes. The protagonist confidently instructs his sword on the monster and, along with the kini, strikes. At the same moment, a special aura is manifested around the Toto. At this time, worried boys watched everything from the ship. Cindy scored and watched the heroes closely at each movement. Alice and the bear just looked, not imagining what would happen next, and Dodor, with their comrades, stood away and did nothing. Dilio watches the monster intensely, having fallen asleep. He continues to hold a sword aimed at just an enemy as it suddenly growls. Then he stops and suddenly begins to admire the hero, so he decides to lower his weapon. At the same moment, the Toto part opens his eyes. They become sweet, and he makes a friendly sound. Seeing this, Diljuk finally exhales and begins to smile. The girls are glad that the danger has passed and moved by how they reacted by the monster, and Dodor stands behind and does not understand anything. However, the dragon notices that he used the soft key and praises it for it. He decides to stroke the two grey and asks the next time not to arrange such. In response, Toto Safun makes a friendly sound, agreeing. After that, Diljuk returns to the ship. Cindy immediately runs to him and asks not to scare her anymore. The protagonist apologizes to her and explains that he just didn't have time to tell everything. Then they approach Dodor and confesses that they were very surprised. He did not expect that they would so easily defeat the Tono Grey, which everyone was called the owner of the sea. But in response, the junk says that all the merits belong to Key. Suddenly, a bear joined him, who said that he had heard from the teacher about this ability and decided that the main character was a truly unusual man. Alice immediately began to praise him. Suddenly, Cindy exclaimed that she was her words. Then Diljuk notices the gnome, and he reports that Cindy has already repaired the network. After that, the hero thanks her for his help. Then he returns to the boys and gladly announces that fishing can be started. Hearing this, everyone around the emotions. After a while, Diljuk, Cindy, and Bear pull out a fishing grid to look at the catch. They hoped for a good result, but the fish turned out to be even more than expected, and Alice was very pleased. The hero also rejoiced in such a catch. Cindy started jumping joyfully, and the Dodor's comrades were amazed at such a lot of fish. A little more time has passed, and the ship finally arrived to the pier. There are many trophies that are stored in special compartments. At the same time, the other part of the fish court was tied to the nose of the ship and hung on a long pole. The protagonist, seeing so much fish, squeezes his fists and admires such a wonderful catch. The Lisht put her hands in front of her and said that they now had a lot of seafood. She already imagines how many delicious dishes can cook. The girl Fun begins to fuss between Dodoria and Cindy, gladly looking at both. She tells the first that all this was made possible by knowledge of the pirate about the sea, and then adds that the magic tool of the second is also very good. At this time, one of the captain's comrades approaches the fish and is wondering whether to eat such big fish. This question is very surprised by Alice. She immediately changes in her face and throws an indignant look at her husband. But then she squeezes his fists and begins to scream from indignation, not understanding why people in our time no longer eat tuna. Hearing the name of this fish, the hero confesses that he has never tasted it. Alice is very surprised, begins to be angry, and cannot understand how he still does not know the incredible taste of this fish. She decides to show him what is worth this dish. Alice opens his eyes and they suddenly flash. She, with a smile, promises to cook fish for them. After that, the girl puts on the apron, takes to her hands a knife, and begins to disassemble the fish. It makes a sweeping movement with a knife and easily cuts a large tuna carcass into two. The main character was surprised how quickly Alice coped with such a lot of work, and Cindy concluded that the girl was still well-versed in seafood. For a while, the girl serves the boys prepared and well-decorated. She thanks them for their patience. Diljuk admires, looks at the dish, and says she looks appetizing. Cindy notices that all the ingredients are very well sliced, smelling beautifully, and this aroma reminds her of the past. Alice is a little embarrassed and says that after all the sliced meat came out a lot. Then the protagonist proposes to have lunch directly on the ship, admitting that he expected such development. Then the bear goes to the table and pours the wine into the glass, and the dwarf at this time brings plates. The glass is gradually filled with the drink, and in the air heard a quiet, fluid gurrick. Cindy puts her hands in front of him and invites everyone to have good lunch, and Dilika wishes a happy appetite. After that, he pushes a piece of meat on a fork and puts it in his mouth to try. At the same time, Diljuk is fond of the taste of the dish and confesses that he did not suspect the existence of such juicy fish. Alice gladly says that thanks to her ability, every fish becomes delicious. She advises the hero to taste sashimi with salt to better feel the true taste of the ingredients. She returns to him and recalls that he prepared salt. However, the guy explains. In fact, he was helped by Cindy's skills. At this point, he is happy to taste the dish and confesses that the taste does not surprise it at all. It is so delicious. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers other crew members and is in a hurry to return while his friends are eating quietly. He turns to Dodor and his comrades, offering them to join lunch. But the captain refuses this proposal. The man looks at his reflection in the window and hesitates whether it would be familiar if they ate together. But in response, Diljuk just smiles and convinces Dodor that there is nothing wrong with that. He notices that everyone was born here at different periods, especially when he looks at Cindy. Looking at the gnome and the bear, he notes that they belong to different species. Then his gaze goes to Alice, which holds in each hand on a plate. After that, the protagonist concludes that Tenem is all equal, so everyone is eating at one table. He invites former pirates to join and try dishes, because Alicina food is delicious. Dodor carefully takes the fork in the hand, hesitates a little, and thanks the hero for the food. Then he pits the meat and pieces it. As soon as she lowers her hand on the table, she begins to drip something from above. Tears begin to flow from the Dodor's eyes, and he confesses that this dish is much delicious than any stolen. Along with him, his happy comrades are confidently pooping on food, putting his cheeks. One of the friends, too, cannot hold back tears, and the other courageously tries to keep them. Dodor recalls that they have recently met with Dillier and confesses that nevertheless, I am glad to see him again. Dillier replies to this, which also feels joy from this meeting. But suddenly, he takes a bottle of wine in his hand and says that he is not only happy about this meeting. Unexpectedly, the main character raises his hand up, looks into the sky, and tells everyone that someone else wants to greet them. Meanwhile, all the boys suddenly appears in a haka, and friends immediately rejoice in its appearance. Dodori's brothers are a little surprised, but their faces still have a smile. But the Dodor itself is really very scared. The dragon lands on the ship, and the boys decide to approach him. Someone wants to stroke, and someone hug. The protagonist watches it, closes his eyes, and smiles happy. The captain, along with his comrades, decided to sit on the back of Hakurea, and he began to roll them carefully. At this point, other boys watch this scene with smiles on their faces, rejoicing and moving to the reaction of the former pirates. Suddenly, the main character smiles widely and begins to laugh. Seeing this, Dodor and his comrades also have fun and laugh with him. A few more days have passed since then. Diljuk says that short after the 10th Gulf, the construction of the port began. Dadoria with Cindy stand on the pier and study the map together, trying to find out something, and the main character, meanwhile, testing his strength. Diluk notices that the pier himself also needs repair, and then the captain apologizes for such negligence. Noticing many trees and stones around, the hero decides that it is worth consulting with the punishment on their safety. Suddenly, something has moved in the bushes. Diljuk accidentally notices it. He is surprised that there was some movement, but does not feel any magic at all. The main character decides to inform the boys that someone is hiding in the bushes. It makes them distract from the lesson and be surprised. Then he carefully approaches the place where he noticed the movement. Suddenly, Diljuk sees that among the leaves, his tail protrudes from side to side. At the same moment, a girl with her ears suddenly jumps out of the bushes. Realizing that she was noticed, she immediately warns the hero not to approach closer and calls him an assistant Rose. Her unexpected appearance is very surprising to the boys. Dodor tries to understand what is happening. Cindy looks at the girl with a confused look, and Diljuk asks who she is. The protagonist meets in the bushes a girl with her ears, who looks at him unbroken. He decides to ask her who she is, and behind him, watching Dodor and Cindy carefully. However, the girl suddenly begins to shout. She screams at Dilyak so that he does not fit and calls him a man. She extends her hand forward and notices that people have already appeared. And then her hand suddenly turns into a paw with sharp claws. Dodor notices that the girl turned her hand, and it is very surprising. He adds that he saw this only once in his life. The protagonist concludes she is a semi-human that has the properties of a dog. But the girl begins to shout again, forbidding him something about her brothers, and calls him a pitchfork. Hearing this, Diljuk fades and tries to remember who the pitchforks are. Cindy thinks and remembers that Rosas is a neighboring town. She agrees with this, and he suggests that something bad happened there. After that, the protagonist decided to ask the girl if she could tell him the details. Therefore, he introduced himself. I am Diluk Robello, the lord of the village of Tenma. He draws attention to the flag of the ship and notices that the coat of arms on it is different from its own. Suddenly, the girl screams loudly and orders the hero to silence immediately. She says people are enemies for her, and she will never forgive them that they burned her home. Hearing this, the main character immediately drew and tensed, realizing that most likely someone attacked her house. Then she decides to find out what happened in Rosas and begins to look for a way to contact her. But the girl replied that she was not going to talk to anyone because the decision would be made by Mr. Kakura. After these words, she turned away from Yuk's deed. It breaks rapidly and begins to jump from one bush to another. The main character at this moment just stands and watches her. Dodoria also notices that the girl has left, and Cindy returns to Dilyak, worrying about him. Dilika lifts his hand to the chin, thinking thoughtfully that she was referring to because he understood almost nothing. He recalls that Akdo has now become the ruler of Rossa and realizes that it is risky to ignore it. After that, he turns to friends and says he wants to know more about what is happening in the Tenma area. He then proposes to follow the girl to find out all the details. Pini agrees to go with him. Dodor fell, lowered his eyes, and said that it was impossible to leave. It was necessary to repel Rosas. But the hero did not agree with him. He replied that they should not be given reason to attack, so now he simply proposes to go into intelligence. Suddenly, he thinks again. He remembers the angry face of that girl and realizes that everything is not as easy as you would like. Then he offers Cindy and Dodor to go to the forest. They agree and follow him. They decide to go there with the dragon and, having saddled it, rise high above the forest. Dodor asks the hero where the people who belong to the girl are, considering everything below. He then returns to his friend and replies that they live in the woods of the White Wolf. Dilyuk says that this forest is located both on the Tinem lands and on the territory of Ros. Since no state is governed by this locality, many semi-human beings have been found here. Suddenly, the protagonist notices a large empty lawn among the trees and is dissatisfied. He reports that they are almost at the border of 10 and shows his hand forward. When the boys went down to the ground, they looked carefully around. First, the hero is silent, not knowing what to say. But suddenly, he looks forward and asks himself, what is it? He sees destroyed houses, burned trees, wounded half-life, and the same girl he met in the bushes. Seeing this, Cindy raises his hand to the face and calls everything that is happening true horror. Dodor also draws attention that everything is burned here, and he voices it. The main character, considering such a picture, suddenly becomes very serious. Suddenly, the girl rotates and sees them, asking if they are watching her. Dilyuk carefully approaches the girl and first apologizes. He then explains that he just wants to know what happened here. The girl remains on the spot and says that this horror was not committed by the residents of the city of Rosas. She first looks at the girl who sits away and then looks at the boy next to his parents. The girl addresses the boys and suggests that if they want, she can tell what happened here and how people treated her people. The girl is overwhelmed and says that all this began after the master was replaced. The protagonist, hearing these words, changes his attitude and is alert, suspecting something bad. Initially, there were few demons in the White Wolf's forest because the people lived peacefully and quietly. One day, people from Rosas brought money and food. They promised that if the beasts obey Mr. Octo, then their land and life would remain safe. Then the pulpit hinted that everyone understands what would happen if you refuse. The leader waved the beasts, and it surprised the rest of his brothers. The girl tells that her father, the head of the settlement, agreed with it and signed the document. According to her, it was then that a real hell began. She remembers how one of the animals was grabbed afterwards, although he was much afraid and tried to fight. Then he targeted the spear, and Octo ordered the men to be given to his factories. He turned his gaze on other animals and strictly ordered them to give women to their soldiers. Everyone was very scared of these words. Then Okbud turned to everyone and reported that they had to bring him tribute every week. In the end, he stated that from now on, he was here, both the king and God. Acto told the beasts that now they had no freedom of religion anymore, and these words were very surprised and upset. Then he switched attention to the statue and decided to order to get rid of all figures of this dog, threatening everyone, which for disobedience was waiting for them. The fences began to be denied, because Mr. Kakuro was always a mentor for them, and they did not understand how to do it. Then the head of the settlement fell to his knees and began to leave him at least this statue. When a girl tells it, she is anger. She plans her eyebrows, squeezes her teeth, and her hand closes his fist. Then the girl shows her hand back and says that people from the work still burned everything. Hearing this, the hero in Dodor is seriously overwhelmed, and Cindy becomes completely confused. She has tears in her eyes, and the girl begins to ask Dilyuk hotly what they could do so to deserve a similar attitude. After a few seconds, she asks him again, repeats her question. Then the girl begins to cry and asks that's such a terrible dad and mom. After that, she calms down slightly and squeezes her palm into his fist. Seeing this, the main character decides to find out where her parents are now. But the girl says he doesn't even know if these things are goals. She then explains that she was brought to Rosa shortly before everything happened. Suddenly, she squeezes his fist even more and remembers that her friends are also gone. This news makes Dodoria and Cindy get angry even more. And here, the protagonist realizes that everything is much worse than he imagined. He concludes that Okidio did not think about the lives of other people, but simply did everything he wanted. And this is what reminds him of himself. But suddenly, Dilyuk realizes that Octo is now capable of any cruelty, and it is impossible to endure it. He is overwhelmed and tells himself that he should save these people. But in a moment, his facial expression changes sharply, and he invites the girl to join them on a trip to Tens. Hearing this, the girl gets angry and decides to ask the land again about his offer. She puts her hand to her chest and asks if he really wants her to go to the human village. It is strange to her that he believes that she will believe him. But contrary to the expectation of the girl, the protagonist says that she may not trust him. Hearing this, her face changes sharply. The girl looked at the faces of Dilyuk and realized that he was serious. Suddenly, he said that she should be aware. There are many wounded here, and staying dangerous in this place. But the girl, behind the back of the ruins, suddenly begins to deny. She squeezes his fists and wants to say something, but in her eyes, you can already notice the fright. Suddenly, she hears someone calling her by his name, Coral. The girl looks around and sees behind herself a beast that extends her hand. At that moment, she runs to him and calls his grandfather. Due to powerlessness, he lies on the ground and says, the cow, that the protagonist is right, calling him a young man. He then adds that they are already on the verge of their capabilities and convinces his granddaughter that this young man can help them. The girl looks at him with horror, and he calmly says that the beasts can go to Teenum. Grandpa recalls how Korot was looking for food for everyone and running a dark territory to find a calm place. Then he returns to her and says that she has coped well, and suddenly tears began to flow from her eyes, as if the whole river. Grandpa, gathering the remnants of strength, still raised, and lasts his granddaughter. Now reject your pride and just live. When his grandfather is silent, Koro gradually calms down and stops crying. She is a little silent, and then turns to the boys and tells the hero that accepts his proposal. But then the girl casts a look full of contempt and adds that the half-people cannot trust them. She explains that she does not ask for help, but no longer wants to lie, because she does not see in that sense. In response, Diljuk lowers his eyes down, smiles, and says that he understands it. But then he specifies that he perceives it a little differently, and says that Akado also drove him out of his house. Therefore, the protagonist believes that he can understand the anger and sadness that the core feels. He says he just wants her people to remain alive, and suddenly the girl changes her face. She begins to cry. Then she grabs her clothes, confused, and does not find words. However, in a moment, the girl still uncertainly agrees with the hero. Then Koro takes with him a surviving beastman and leads it to a large settlement. Stopping before the entrance, she tells her relatives that they are now in the village of Tenma. Seeing the hero's friends, the girl is amazed at a little. She notices a naked man and a dwarf, and then he guesses that half people live here. Suddenly, a joyful Cindy appears behind, saying that in the dark, everyone should help each other and live together. At the same moment, the look of the Kori changes. His eyes are widely revealed. Seeing this, the leader says that Cindy does not lie, and that everyone here has the right to their own faith and culture. The girl pulls out a small figure and concludes her intentions. The protagonist approaches her, extends her hand, confirming her words. First, the cow gives him a statuette. Dil Uyu pays attention to her, and a girl with a sad face tells that she is the only one who survived. But then she notices that the statuette has already crackled and does not look the best. Diljuk looks carefully at this strange object. Suddenly he understands that this statuette is a symbol of the pride of the people from which the coral comes from, and it is visible on how firmly it presses it to itself. The protagonist smiles politely and proposes to repair her thing, asking if she is not against it. Hearing this, Coral lifts a sad look at which a spark of hope appears and asks if he can really do it. Suda suddenly appears behind him. She confirms her guesses and advises simply to give a statuette to the hero. Dilia Kanoro is still standing for a while, and they exchange views. In the end, she still decides to give him a statuette. He is pleasantly surprised that she trusts him, and a smile appears on his face. It takes the statuette to the hands, using an alchemical transformation, after which cracks on the statuette disappear. It is very surprising, and she turns to Mr. Kakuro. Suddenly, tears appear in her eyes. She calls the statuette the pride of her people. Dillik says they can only give it now, but assures a girl that they will definitely help her. Smiling, he extends the bark of her statuette. Cindy and Dodor are watching this with the warmth in the look. The girl carefully looks at the gift and stretches her hand timidly, and her relatives gladly support her. The statuette is passed directly from hand to hand. The protagonist holds her firmly until the girl takes the object herself. Only then, he releases it. The car again begins to cry and turns to Diljuk, calling him a mentor. In response, he just smiles and closes his eyes. Finally, the girl takes her thing from his hands and, heaving a little, thanks him. She begins to discuss something with her relatives, and the main character quietly watches it. In his thoughts, he recalls how they helped these half-people, but understands that the main problem has not yet been resolved. After that, the Dilla turns to the way where the wind blows and makes it a promise to stop the tyranny of the OKDO for the sake of a peaceful life of the locals. The next day, the hero goes to the house and knocks on the door politely before you go. Inside, he sees a Pranatin sitting at the table, Alice fussed nearby, serving dishes, and there is a dwarf. Dilyuk welcomes everyone on a good morning. After that, everyone immediately pays attention to him, greet him in response, and rejoice that he has come. In response, the hero smiles and notices that today the inhabitants of the tribe look surprisingly joyful. He says that a few days have passed since they arrived. Now the animals are gradually getting used to life here in 10 days. Dilyak approaches one of the women and is interested in how her wounded hand feels. She smiles and says that her potion has become much better. It reassures the hero, and he relaxes a little. Suddenly, he remembers Kolo and asks where she is now. The woman rotates and begins to tell what the girl does at this time. But suddenly, they both notice that the tail sticks out of the horn. At this point, the king sits on his knees in front of a low table, leaning his arms to each other in front of him. She appeals to the great Kakuro to protect her mother and dad. Meanwhile, the hero looks out of the horn, watching her. He thinks that even if the animal is now nearby, it does not change that they have lost their home and relatives. Then the protagonist realizes that he wants to help the parents of the cord. Suddenly, he squeezes his hand into his fist. His look becomes even decisive, and he understands that there is no choice. The story is then transferred to another house. Delio takes a step forward and begins his speech. He examines all the guys standing at the table and awaiting his words carefully, and realizes that everyone gathered. Initially, the hero looks closely at Cindy, Alice, and Dodoria, which stand to the right of him. Then he looks at the bear, the gnome, the pocket, and the Belante, sitting on the left at the table and watching it. After that, his gaze stops at serious Koro. Then he decides to start the conversation, and first confesses that he is going to fight the city of Rosas. But in a moment, he corrects and specifies that he will actually fight the cold. After hearing this news, silence reigned in the room. The boys tried to realize what happened at all. A few seconds, Karaf immediately asks if they will attack from here, and the Bailet clarifies whether it is not dangerous. The hero replies that he understands the risk, but adds that the parents of the COT are held captive, and circumstances can change at any time. The girl is surprised that the hero is ready to put the village danger for her people, and once again asks him. Dilyuk replies that one way or another, the collision would still be inevitable. He says that if they do not stop the OKDO now, he will answer them the same. The hero squeezes his fist again and holds him on the table, getting ready to add something. He is seriously frowned and strongly states that he will never apologize to those who harm the residents of Teens. The hero lifts his fist to the face and states that his duty is to protect all the villagers, so he promises to not allow them to harm them anymore. Each of the boys responded in their own way. The bear was very surprised, the Dodo smiled, and the gnome began to believe more in the hero. Karaf agrees with this idea because the village head said. Other girls have not yet answered anything, and Balak just smiles and nods their heads in agreement. Cindy replied that as a pre-Deezer spirit, it will definitely help, and it is not just about the duty. She said that Diljuk always defended Tenam and often mentioned their common battles. Then the girl added that she was a witness. From this, Cindy realizes that that is why this time everything goes well. In response, the hero is happily surprised, smiles, and calls it by his name. Then Dodor suggests to take the case, and the bear promises to help the same as the Delyuk helped them. After that, they join the gnome. Suddenly, the hero hears the voice of a Hakura, who asks not to forget about him. Anives thanks him. He looks at Koro and turns to it, saying that everything has already been decided. From these words, her eyes are surprised, but in a moment, her face changes, and a confident smile appears. The girl agrees with the hero and promises to join them if everything is the way he said. Diljuk sincerely thanks everyone for the help and then proposes to discuss the action plan. Dodor lay her hands on her chest and asked what to do, because they could not just attack. The hero replied that it is very dangerous to invade this territory, so he would like to avoid such a step. Koro adds that the main problem is that the inhabitants of Rose did not even cross the border. She tells that their village was originally between the lands of Ten and Rosas. The arson, she said, was arranged by people from Rosas. Dodor was angry and said that the village was also burned in Tenma. He suggested that the inhabitants of Rosas would probably be accused of a fire that seemed to have arisen by himself. The protagonist thinks that they tried not to go on the ground. He suggests that Akdo probably does not know exactly where the border goes and what territories are. Then the hero begins to guess who could tell him about it. Then the Balak proposes to try to attack the other side. But Deljuk notes that their enemies probably think the same way. Suddenly, his gaze changes sharply. At the same moment, a brilliant idea came to his opinion. The hero understands that he will not really hurt him to have a good reason. Hearing this, the Cord is genuinely surprised. After that, he turns to the boys and says that everyone will need the strength of everyone. No one denied, because everyone was agreeing. Since then, the events have been transferred to the forest of the White Wolf, located on the border lands. Diljuk squats, carefully examining the land as he suddenly hears that he is called. Karaf reports that all the preparations are completed, and the hero praises them for their good work. She adds that all the animals nearby have already moved on. Cindy is fond of Kareth's skill and says it's just amazing. Diliak turns to a hacker who flies in the sky and asks for him what the situation is in the forest. He replies that there is no one nearby, so they can start at any time. Thinking about this, the hero is brought and goes to the lawn, where he opens a view of many trees. Suddenly, he pulls the sword and exposes him in front of him, breathes hard. The hero then releases magical power, and his bracelet is activated. At the same moment, a spiral flame flashes around his sword. Seeing this, Cindy was surprised how much magic gathered in this bracelet. But Diliuk swings and releases all his fiery magic forward. All the trees in front of them instantly flash and burn, opening a straight path in front of him. The flames flaunts further and further, burning everything in its way without exception. When the hero completes his tricks, Cindy suddenly begins to shout that they have now had a way out. He returns to her and says that he will continue to support her, and she assures that she will not let him down. Then the girl extends her arms forward and uses alchemical transformations. Something similar to the pentagram appears in her palms. Diljuk again puts the sword in front of him and decides that everything goes well and corresponds to the plan. But suddenly, he hears steps. The hero asks what the sound is and suggests that the enemy is probably approaching. Після цього з лісу виходять люди, і Дільюк, насупившись, розуміє, що вони таки прийшли. Two soldiers of the Rose appear in front of him. One of them turns to the hero and asks what he is doing in their territory. The other warns, if the hero decides to attack them, it will end badly for him. Soldiers instruct their spears on Diluk and strictly ask who he is. They order him to name their name. Diluk, with a smile, replies that his name is Diluk Rebello, and he is the owner of a village named Tenma. Hearing this, the soldiers are in amazement to ask him again. In the end, they decide that the Lord himself attacked them and orders everyone to prepare for revenge. One of them steps forward and rushes sharply. He pulls out the spear, trying to hit, but Diljuk stops it with a light movement. He brings his weapon under the sharp edge of the spear and blocks the attack. He confidently states that the soldier simply inventing nonsense and carefully monitors his reaction. Hearing this, the soldier clearly begins to be nervous, and the hero adds that his revenge awaits them. After that, the warrior retreats, and his friend does not even dare to go forward. Suddenly, he notices the fresh earth under his feet and is very surprised. The warrior lifts his head, hearing a voice confirming his guess. Cindy adds that this road was laid only 10 minutes ago. The soldier who attacked the hero was angry even more and asked what the girl said. Suddenly, he was told that the right path to the territory goes behind the trees that grow behind. It makes him look back. Cindy says that the real border is masked with the help of fallen trees and grass. So the soldiers, not suspecting themselves, suddenly crossed the border and found themselves on the lands of the Ten Mother. Cindy explains to them. She just explains that the soldiers were divided into 4 groups and thus caught all by surprise. Seeing this, the girl smiles, happy, and then frowns. The soldiers stood silently without knowing what to say and simply continued to keep silence. One of them understands that because of darkness, he has not noticed it before and is angry with himself. But suddenly, it is illuminated by a new idea. He tells the guys that reinforcements will soon come to the noise, and you will not do anything here. After that, voices began to be heard from the bushes. Someone tried to find out where the noise came from. After a while, reinforcements appear from the bushes. One of the soldiers points out that people with roses have become even more and concludes that the hero with friends has already been defeated. But Diljuk was not scared at all, and instead calls the carrot. Hearing her name, the girl corrects the bow on her head and says she understood everything. Then she gets a big hammer, knocks on the ground, and sparks immediately appear around. After that, the girl lifts him and says that it is great when everything goes according to plan. She again hit the ground with a hammer and bounces to strike an even stronger blow. In a moment, the traps suddenly appear under the feet of the warrior. Another moment, and the trap closes sharply, forcing everyone to shout at surprise. Soldiers do not understand what is happening and suffer from severe pain, trying to get out of the trap. Despite this, Carrot reports that there is no threat to life. Suddenly, Cindy, standing behind, looks back to her and says, "It was cool." However, the girl replies that she does not need praise. Suddenly, the hero interrupts their conversation. He sincerely thanks Carrot for his support, and the girls asks to return to 10MO. After that, he turns to Kao, and she says she came here for the sake of it. She turns into a cute dog and, looking at the girls, asks them to sit on her back. Cindy watches with enthusiasm what is happening, and Katro notices that the girl is even able to turn. Then they are mowing on the back of Carrot, and she asks them to hold them firmly before moving forward. The hero appeals to the girl to protect the village, and she agrees. After that, the girl leaves the battlefield. However, Cindy is still worried about Diljuk, watching it gradually disappears among trees and shrubs. But then she looks forward and wishes him good luck, promising to fulfill her duty. While the soldiers suffered from pain, the hero told them that the traps created by the carrot would disappear. He advised them to escape if they wanted it. He adds that he does not seek a senseless bloodshed and continues to keep his sword in front of him. In a few seconds, the traps disappear, and the soldiers decide to retreat. But one of them, holding the spear, remains in place and calls the hero to fight, convincing that he does not intend to flee. The desk clears the sword's arms. After that, he waves it and uses the technique of Rebello style. So it creates a powerful magic beam called the moon cut of the ship. From a powerful blow, soldiers fly in different directions. When the magic beam disappears, they come to their senses and slowly begin to answer. Seeing this, the hero scored and decided that it seemed to be less, and a drop of sweat rolled on his forehead. However, two soldiers who came first remain lying on the ground. One of them says Diljuk is too strong, and the other is surprised where he has so much power. Suddenly, the hero lifts his head, looks into the sky, and realizes that the twilight has become thicker. At this point, he realizes that Night Guard soldiers can no longer move, and fugitives most likely have already called for reinforcements. He lowers the floor and understands that even more experienced fighters will come. The Diljuk pulls the sword in front of him and feels the hand shakes. He understands that he has already spent too much strength. But suddenly he remembers something and stretches to his jacket's inner pocket. The hero says that it is for such moments that he always has the food that Alice prepared for him. Suddenly, before his eyes, memories of how she confessed that she was not very useful in battle and reached out to him, hoping to help at least so. Chewing food, Diljuk feels his magic power returns. In his thoughts, he thanks Alice for that. He again puts the sword in front of him and thinks that now no new group of soldiers is terrible. Now it will definitely protect the darkness, as it is part of its plan. The hero confidently decides to lead the reinforcement, but on his face there is a deep wrinkle of anxiety. But suddenly, only one person comes out of the forest who noticed who has this force hidden. When it comes out of the darkness, a tall man with a long black hair and a tricky smile, a little like an octopus, appears. He offers Diliki to fight him, and it makes the Dilik alert. The protagonist stops in front of the man and decides to ask who he is. But in response, he asks to show what Dilyuk is capable of. The soldiers who go away look around and turn to him, calling Mr. Dalton. They add that the hero will not be able to cope with him and look closely at the man. Dilyuka quite confidently decides that this is undoubtedly a leader from the city of Ross. Dalton remembered how his gentleman remembered him and said that he would like to thank him for everything he did, though he called it complete stupidity. Dilyuk notes that this man is not ashamed at all when talking about his master. But as soon as the hero calls the act as a true gentleman, Dalton laughs and adds that he has a lot of land and money, but his mind is missing. After that, he adds that the Octo always obeys his orders. Then he addresses Dilyuk to the question, why is it happening? After that, the man pulls out his weapon and says that he will help him to live the same. Having said this, he begins to wave his tool. The hero realizes that Morgenstern is in front of him and realizes that he needs to be more careful now. He is skillfully evading the impact, and even under strain, it is visible that his reaction is excellent. But soon, Morgan convinces the hero that everything is not as easy as it seems. The man reaches out his hand and says, Dilyuk has not seen him in a real battle. Suddenly, he notices that Dalton has a special skill. After that, he asks the hero if he hears something and boldly calls it the sounds of his defeat. Dilyuk notes that the noise comes from the forest, but for some reason, he does not feel the usual thirst for murder, but something completely different. Suddenly, someone's paws appear from the bushes that are confidently stepping forward. The hero sees silhouettes similar to people with ears, and spears shine in their hands. When they finally emerge from the darkness, Dilyuk notices the animal with frightened faces that squeeze in the hands of the weapon. He notes in surprise that the warriors are the beasts and asks about it. In response, he just smiles and says that it is time to serve his master, calling them unusable. These words make them tremble even more. The hero notices even elves among them and realizes what exactly was told by Koro. He remembered how she told him that many different creatures live in Rosas, and many of them were half people. She was very afraid that they could conquer them and deprive them. Koro admitted that she did not understand why all this is happening, and the hero was only silent in response, but in his look there was seriousness. At this point, Dilyuk understands that people from the city of Rosas were captured by the capital of the humanity. Then he notices how they try to resist the team. One of the half-humanities begins to shout that he does not want to fight at all, but his body does not obey him at all. The hero asks whether the man controls others with the help of special skill. He confirms his guess and adds that it is a very rare skill. After that, Dalton grabs one of the half-life by his hand and pulls to himself. He shows a special bracelet on his hand and explains that these devices do not allow fighters to resist his will, depriving them of their own. The man again points to the human beings and calls them the hero's favorite, but noticing that the hero stands in place with a serious look, the man decides to ask if he can kill them. Dilyuk replies that Dalton suppresses people for his own benefit, and here he realizes that he himself is very similar to Acta. Seeing that the man is dissatisfied with this, the hero adds, he never forgives to those who treat people as things and promises to defeat them just as the winner of the Decremia won. Then the man rejects the semi-human sideways and says Dilyuk that he can now speak openly as he wants. After that, he orders his fighters to join the battle, surround the hero, and attack him, again calling them inept. But Diljuk says he is not only able to fencing. He extends his hand, and a familiar thing appears nearby. The hero uses an alchemical transformation. He thinks that since he is in the forest, he will have enough materials. Dalton notices how Diluyu used the ability to tie one of the half-life, and because of this, he is angry. However, he looks at other warriors and understands that the hero will not be able to cope with everything. Time to tie everyone just won't have enough. But here, Dalton notices that he is already on the verge of his strength and can no longer attack. He looks at a hero who barely holds on his feet. Realizing this, the man begins to laugh sadly. After that, he orders the half-person to open the fire, and the archers simultaneously pull the bowstring, preparing for a shot. In a moment, the air was started to fly around the hero from everywhere, but he was clearly prepared for it. The hero scored, focused, and applied Rebello style. Ben Diluk strongly swung with the sword and made a monthly cut in the air. After that, the arrows turn back, and several of them fall straight to the foot of Dalton. He notices that the hero used the attack for protection, and it surprises him. But Dalton warns that everything does not end there. The warriors again pulled the bowstrings, but Diljuk answered him that it was in vain and reached forward. Then he used an alchemical transformation, and a high mountain grew between it and warriors. The man notices that the hero built an earthen wall, and it causes him rage. But suddenly he realizes that now the hero attacks from a place he does not see. Dalton, squeezing his teeth, expresses his thoughts and feverishly looks for a way out of the situation. Suddenly, the idea comes to his mind, and he quickly tells the hero that everything was a joke. The Diluc first does not understand what is being said, but still tenses. At the same moment, the man runs to the leader half-life and grabs him by his shoulders, attracting to himself. Diljuk suddenly stops and understands what is happening. Dalton stands behind the leader and forces him to close it with his body. There was such a fatigue on the face of half-person, as if he was about to die. The Diluc is very worried about his head and asks for him not to do so. But a man suddenly starts laughing and asks mockingly, can he not attack him? Then Dalton notices that even such an old man can be bullied by simply calling him and laughing. Hearing this, the hero rags and squeezes his teeth from anger. The other half, people that the hero tied, begins to scream loudly, warning of danger, and turn to the old man, calling him the main one. Diluc hears it and records himself in notes, but he concludes that once he is called his head, then this semi-human is the father of Koro. The man realizes that they are familiar and calls it a luck. Then he orders the Diluc not to move unless he wants his head to hurt. The Diluc understands what difficult situation he got into and shows it with his appearance. Dalton turns to his warriors and orders to go to teens, stating that their time has come. Hearing this, the hero cannot hold back. After that, the man allows him to follow them, because he believes that he does not want the destruction of tens. The hero understands that he can send a Hakura, but at the same time, his head appears another thought. Suddenly, Dalton begins to laugh and says he can safely leave the old man and return to Tenma, calling him Diljuk Robelo. He then adds that the hero is not able to save everyone and opens his weakness, because he cannot leave anyone to the way. But after that, Diluc smiles and tells her husband that he has not lost yet. Dalton does not give these words meaning and replies that he only knows how to scratch. Then Dilyuk says he knew about the attack on Tenma and explains that his task is to stop this man. He asks him again. The hero adds that Tenem will protect Cindy, Keroff, Chat, and Dudor, who have recently gone. He imagines how his friends will be armed with, and with, how devotion will be in defense, convinced of the strength and courage of his comrades. After that, the hero confidently says that he believes in them with all his heart. But Dalton only briefly tries them for strength in response to these words. Suddenly, the head gradually begins to come. Initially, he holds his eyes closed and repeatedly repeats the name of his daughter, and later, it opens them. Seeing the hero in front of him, he immediately asks whether everything is fine with his daughter, and his hand reaches out his hand. Deljuk replies that all is well with Koro, and tells of his promise to return all her loved ones, which he gave her. At the same time, the eyes change. He compresses his hand into his fist and lifts it to himself, not believing what is happening. Dalton approaches him from behind and says that he behaved too confidently. He then adds that these people will protect him until his death, and begins to apply magic, influencing the leader's mind. He begins to scream with pain, and his bracelet crashes again into the skin, trying to conquer his body. The hero notices this, and suddenly he comes to him when he sees his head again. He finally understands something. After that, Dilyuk firmly says that he will surely save him so that he can live happily with Korra. Dilyuk looks at the leader straight into his eyes and asks him to believe him. Hearing this, the semi-human again opens the eyes and begins to believe the hero. Because of this, the bracelet ceases to act on it. Dilyuk raises the sword and prepares to attack a man. Dalton is very surprised by such an act and realizes that the hero still decided to leave his people. There is fear in his eyes. After that, a dealer with a sword, close to battle, begins to approach Daltrino. A magical glow appears around him, and he moves forward. At this point, the leader recalls the words of the hero, what he wants to live happily with the Kolo. He recalls how the hero asked to believe him, and decides to do it. Then the head extends his hand forward and applies his abilities. His hand begins to turn into a beast paw and increases in size. In the end, the bracelet does not stand it and crumbles into many parts. As a result, the head turns into a big dog and escapes from Dalton until he mentions how he managed to break the bracelet. The man asks the hero where he still has strength and is terribly angry. In response, a confident smile appears on the hero's face. He then rushes to Dalton rapidly and strikes him with a knife, and in the meantime, the head rushes to his relatives. As soon as he runs to them, he immediately falls to the ground, which greatly scared them. The people begin to call the elder and fuss around him. After that, he becomes a person again and tries to come to his senses until others are interested in how he feels. But suddenly, one of them addresses the hero with another question. Why broke the bracelet? Dalton smiles and confesses that he did not expect that the chief would deprive him of his only power. Then he realizes that enemies already know about his abilities and again gets his weapon. But the hero notices that the man all the time protects his ring and decides that it is his weak place. The Dilyuk is thinking that with the help of the ring, it affects the hearts of people wearing a bracelet, and every time it enhances this power. He later understands that his special talent is to conquer others and to strengthen their control over them. The hero is aware that if you remove control, the strength of the bracelet will decrease. However, he also understands what he cannot do it for everyone. Then he realizes that he should destroy the Dalton ring, and he is raised, holding the sword in his hand. He raises Morgenstern from the earth and starts laughing, saying that he warned, the fight with him will be quite difficult. After that, he sharply raises the heavy part of the weapon and encroaches. The hero understands that Dalton has powerful magic because he can control so many people. Then the hero realizes that this man is much more dangerous than he thought and is preparing for battle. At this point, Dalton turns to him by his name and surname. With a smile says that the real spectacle is just beginning. At this time, the subordinates arrive at the village of Tenma, covered by a sense of guilt. Karas notices that there are many gathered and begins to look differently at what is happening. Cindy stands next to the car and tunes to a serious fight. Before starting a fight, Karas inspects everyone around and notes that there are many semi-people gathered here. The events are transferred to the Tenma. The protagonist's friends come into battle with semi-people who appeared by surprise. Halik reflects a hostile blow with a sword and displeases that opponents were more than they expected. At this point, the bear reflects another semi-human attack and says that all these soldiers are under someone's control. Then Dajiria evades the attack and admits that it is difficult to fight when you try not to harm the opponent. After that, he lightly slaps the opponent on the nape of the neck and apologizes. At this time, the gnome carefully examines the bracelet on the hand of one of the half-life and tells everyone that these are magic bracelets. He then adds that he will try to destroy them until the warriors remain unconscious. Balek looks and thinks that this ability is very strange, and its owner is probably as unusual. The bear was again surprised how many around the human beings and began to worry about the hero. After that, he wondered in others whether everything was fine with Diliuk. Bale confidently assures that everything is fine with the hero, and you should not worry about him. Then Dodor returns to them and says that they will definitely protect the village, and Daleo can trust them. After these words, the bear calms down and supports their opinion. Meanwhile, girls are fighting in the mountainous tens. Cindy uses alchemical transformation. Then the semi-people bind the roots of the plants. She reports that she managed to immobilize the opponents, and Carol praises her. After that, she adds that it is not necessary to relax, and the other agrees with it. Suddenly, Cindy notes that there are more and more semi-humans from the forest. In a moment, the Kori runs up to them and reports that many of them are animals, but something is wrong with them. Cindy guesses that they are under control because it feels the magic force that comes from the bracelets. She then thinks that if you destroy these bracelets, they may be able to release semi-humanities. The conversation is joined by the Karaf and notes that it will be difficult to destroy bracelets at one time, while it reflects a blow to its weapon. But suddenly, Cindy uses his abilities and says that it is not needed, because now the owner of this skill is already beating with the hero. So she decides that it is necessary to act before Diljuk overcomes him. Hearing this, the carrot rotates and agrees. But then Cindy says he can restrain several soldiers, and her girlfriend replies that her traps will not be able to catch everyone. After that, Karaf, looking at all this, thinks that if they had more time, everything could have happened much better. Korot turns to them and says that he will deal with the warriors. She asks girls to prepare their abilities. Karaf raises his hammer over her head, thanks her, and promises that she will not let the plan fail. In response, Cindy uses an alchemical transformation and assures that it will not allow it. They solemnly promise to deal with their strength until Diljuk won. At this time, on the borderlands, Dalton again turns to the hero and asks if he is ready to give up. He waves with his weapons, attacking and stating that Tenmos will still become there. Morgenstern involves trees and will cut them away. The hero has time to dodge the blow and wonder how far the weapon of Dalton gets. After that, Diljak uses magic, jumps up, and tries to hit a man from a height, but his attack almost affects the connected humanities, which is why they are very frightened. The hero notices this and understands that because of his own carelessness can harm innocent people. At that moment, the plan comes to mind, and his view is instantly changing, filled with even more fury. Dalton tells the hero that he simply evades, he will not be able to win. And again, waves. The hero is silent, watching the movements, calculating the right moment. Then Diljak understands that it is necessary to knock Morgenstern out of his hands, so he holds the sword with his ahead of him. He rushes to the man, shortening the distance between them, but Dalton pushes him with his leg and smiles satisfiedly. He rests on the sword of Diljak, which causes him to solidify, get angry, and ticks his tongue. After that, the man offends the hero, saying that he is clearly weak, and he roughly repels him. He then waves his weapons so that the heavy part is behind the hero, but he quickly jumps, snooping the impact, and instantly bounces back. Dalton became angry and thought to the hero with a question. Did he really believe that he could win without crippled or killed? Then Dalton concludes that Diljak is not capable of extreme actions for his purpose. Then the man decides to put this land, although in his eyes there was already fear. He then waves and throws a heavy part of his weapons directly from the luminous people. Seeing this, Diljak immediately rushes to them and with a cry orders the man not to touch the woman. He flies to the fierce speed semi-luminers and stands in defense, holding the sword with alert. The hero confidently reflects his weapon and says Dalton that he does not know how to use pathetic tricks. Diljak confidently looks and confesses that his fighting style is not really strong, as he said before. But he immediately adds that he has friends who are always ready to come to the rescue. A man who does not understand anything asks him again. After that, he tries to bring back a heavy part of the weapon, but suddenly the hero uses the ability of the call. Immediately next to him, a window is opened, which shows a description of this skill and a score of points, which shows they are already at the maximum. Diljak rejoices because he was able to finally collect the right number of points. Now he feels confidence in his abilities and begins to trust himself even more. The hero remembers how the bear approached him and asked if he was really going to fight himself. In response, the hero called his name. Then Dodo joins the conversation. She reassures the bear and reminds him that Diljak can always call a Hakura for help. However, the hero reports that he is not going to call a dragon near the border, and friends are immediately interested in why he decided so. He further explains that he causes a lot of magical energy that he would like to preserve. After that, the hero adds that the dragon needs help after the battle. Dodo also begins to realize that Diljak is really going to fight on his own, and confesses to himself that now he is experiencing anxiety. To reassure friends, the hero opens the window and tells them that he has insurance. The window states that the owner can call creatures from the past and use their abilities. The score scale showed 820 out of 1,000 possible. The hero explained that while they were developing a plan, he had time to score even more points. After that, he says he will quickly receive points for calling and will call a new spirit. But Dodo notes that the hero himself does not know what spirit he will give up until he does something in the window. Dilio lifts his head, looks into the sky, and thinks that he already has one candidate. He then remembers the words Haruki said. When the dragon told him that the morale would respond to his call as soon as the smell of battle, the hero extends his hand forward and turns to the ancient spirit, calling him to come after time. An unusual aura begins to appear around him, and the hero uses a spell call to the ancients. At the same moment, a tiger-like spirit appears on the battlefield and begins to grow angry. Finally, it was time to act. He has been waiting for this moment and now rejoices that he will finally be able to show himself. The tiger jumps sharply forward, pushing his hind legs from the ground. At the same time, he finds himself in front of the hero, covering him with his body to protect him. Seeing Dalton in front of him, the tiger changes his eyes on even more fierce and aggressive. The man is very surprised by his appearance and crazy from anger, realizing that the defeat is very close. At this point, Dalton decides to open the window and find out more about the spirit he called. There he learns that the spirit is called the Fierce King of Animals and has only the first level of 5. The description said that its owner receives an incredible power of the legendary creature, the red tiger. The hero realizes that he faces the legendary beast. Unexpectedly, that beast shows a man and asks whether he needs to win, addressing the hero as a brother. Dalton, with a light smile, is responsible and apologizes for asking for help. Then, the tiger agrees to help him and allows the hero to sit on his back. The hero quickly enjoys this opportunity. The man claims that the hero called another friend and encroaches with his weapon. However, even this does not stop the tiger. The hero sits on the back of the tiger and holds it firmly for him, knowing how fast he is. At this point, Dalton is swollen by his weapon. I am sure that they will not be able to evade his attacks, but the tiger effortlessly grabs his weapon by the chain and stops it. Then, he presses the heavy part of Morgenster to the ground with his paw. Under his weight, weapons break down. After that, the tiger spats the fragments and says, "Dalton, not interfere." After that, he throws the hero with one powerful movement, and at the same moment, he prepares his next blow. Dalton flies high up and rushes to the man rapidly, holding his sword firmly. He says loudly that it is time to pay, and turns to the enemy by name. After these words, the hero uses the technique of cautious attack. Then it strikes the Dalton technique of monthly shadow cut, which is why it screams loudly. During this, the man begins to cough and loses consciousness. He just falls to the ground right in front of the hero. Seeing that the man gradually comes to his senses, the hero decides not to allow him to die. Then he uses alchemy to help. After that, Dalton is wrapped in the roots of the plants to stop the bleeding and prevent its blood from flowing further. Suddenly, the hero approaches the tiger and notices that he is very good because he helped stop the bleeding of the enemy. But the hero replies that Dalton must suffer a fair punishment and decides, just in case, to destroy his ring. Hearing these words, the roots of the plants crawls to the ring and breaks the stone built into it. Dalton begins to tremble, squeezes his hand into his fist. He bows his head and shouts loudly that his idea has fallen. Then he informs the hero that because of his guilt, the air of eternal darkness will appear again. But the hero does not understand what it is about. The tiger calls it a delusional and advises Dalton not to listen to Dalton. He reminds himself that it is really important to focus on. The protagonist raises his head and thinks about his friends now. After that, the plot is transferred to the possession of 10. During the battle, Cindy suddenly notices something strange and asks friends to stop. The semi-human suddenly notices that she has finally been able to control her body. She exclaims with joy that she became free again. Hearing this, Currit returns to Cindy, and they both understand that the main character still won. Cindy mentally says Dalton that he is a really wonderful person, chosen by the ability. She adds that the call of the ancients is heard only for those who are worthy of becoming a king. Cindy crosses her hands on his chest and remembers how they became spirits and spent 4,000 years waiting. She says they were waiting for someone who would have such a gift. Then the girl adds that it is the protagonist who returned her life, and she gladly remembers those happy moments when they created together. But Cindy disappeared in ancient darkness and gradually disappeared from human memory. But despite all this, she believes that the hero has the features of a true king who is needed to regain her former glory. Then she decides to make every effort to accomplish the task of Diljuk, and then goes to release semi-people. But suddenly, Karata heard a strange rustle, and it made her alert. She decided to share this from Cindy. The girl says that something incomprehensible is happening in the forest, and it is at that moment that she hears a familiar voice.